and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am one of those players. Welcome to episode 10 of Primerus Paradox. Cue the clapping. No soundboard this week?
I'm not ready. Cancel.
We're not using the soundboard this week? Really? At all? Make me pull it up. Oh my gosh, where is it?
I said no soundboard.
No, too late. There we go. There, good. All right, hooray. Episode 10, everyone. That's double digits. Hooray! April 15th, year 2023 on Earth calendar, AD. We'll be resuming our story of Primerus Paradox in a moment. As far as announcements go, hey, look, we have our fifth player joining the cast. Instead of doing the whole surprise routine of going, hey, who's this new person you guys never heard from? Get her out of Accord when she was totally destroyed when her previous character died to power death. It's Sweet Thing! Hooray!
Yay. You follow me on Twitch, on twitch.tv/weekly15.
So, yep, that's the major announcement here. Okay. Bach's trying to teach.
Thank you,
Bach's really
everyone.
trying to show us a lesson
here. You guys are so
here.
sweet. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today.
Yeah, you normally wait for the crowd to stop clapping before you continue.
So, yep, that's the buzz.
Any other announcements? Great. No? Cool. Let's get on to my favorite part of the game, then. Lucky roll. That wasn't me.
Common words are just...
Sweet is obviously exempt from this lucky roll. And I want to see all those dice in the air. Come on, no, Banana and Mike. I want to see those dice in the air. I want to see them rolling. Mike, come on, Mike. Come on, Mike, waiting on that dice to roll. Mike, waiting on that dice to roll. Mikey, Mike. No, Banana, you can't roll it for him, Banana. We gotta wait for Mike.
Oh my gosh.
All right, well, it seems Mike's AFK. We're putting a halt on everything until he returns. All right.
Nice 20.
Definitely a sad trumpet noise.
Doesn't count. We're waiting on Mike. In the meantime, guys, can you tell me what you're most excited for? Just in general.
The rest of the campaign?
Wow, thank you.
Is this supposed to be field? Where's the D?
No, it's feel.
You haven't noticed that they're all spelt terribly? You don't like
school
or feel or barracks? Barracks?
We got Sidak on a date with Anais. We got Ishtar on a date with Lunadarius, and we got Thrak on a date with Zeke. Boy,
that date is questionable.
Wow, a lot of dates going on here.
What?
And we have
Preacher
good
on a date with
Solomon Kane.
Yeah.
I'd like to say it was with Mouth, but okay.
No, it's with Solomon.
It's two creatures, same space.
Oh,
Kenneth's on a date with.
All right, Mike. We were waiting on you, buddy. It's time for my favorite part of the game, Lucky Roll. We want to see them dice up in the air. All right, everyone, get those dice. Oh wait, I'm rolling bananas. Banana, get your dice up in the air. There we go. Wait a minute. Great. We have 2 7s and 4, but right now it doesn't matter.
Alright, whoever rolled the highest gets to tell Laris to recap all the major events that have happened since the beginning of our new player. Then whoever rolled the highest does the recap of the last session. Well, I got a 4, so that ain't me.
You're right. Mike, tell Laris.
No, you're the highest.
I don't believe you read the bottom line.
Oh, -8.
Alright, do the recap.
All major events of the entire campaign. Dear God, I mean, I could read it all, but
you gotta catch Sweet up.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is gonna be a minute. So I guess it's a great opportunity for everyone, even any new members. So, welcome to the world of Primerus, right? It's a world that has one major continent in the middle, and there's 6 big islands, and there's a huge archipelago of like a whole bunch of smaller islands. And those big islands are called the Fingers, and the mainland's called Primera. That's the continents. And again, the planet's name is Primerus. And So the story takes place with the previous king, this human empire that rules over the big continent, Primera, in the center. The last king died recently, within like the last few weeks or so like that. And as the monarchy is about to transit to the new king, right, to pass the crown on to the next person, there is a wake of the previous king's, demise, and everyone's celebrating that man's life, or maybe some people happy that he's now dead. Either way, there's a massive wake of all the royalty down south. This land, what's the name of that little stupid city? Windermere. Windermere is where we had this massive wake, and the third prince, the third son of the previous king, Prince Aaron, had sent invitations across the land of Primera and the Fingers to a whole bunch of reputable factions, trying to garner a bunch of invitations to special skilled individuals. And he invited all these factions to send a representative, and some of them are just personal friends of his, to come meet him down where this wake is taking place in Windermere, where the previous king, his body's going to be thrown out to sea. So all of our characters respectively traveled south to Windermere before the first session began, where we then met up at not a guild hall, but in a tavern that was being rented out by Prince Aaron, where we got to interact with each other, learn a little bit of each other's past and history, and like why they're here. But there definitely seemed to be confusion as to what the whole invitation was about. Eventually, Prince Aaron came inside and announced his aspirations to form a guild of exploration that has the intent, I should say, to explore the furthest reaches of Primerus, the planet. And so one of the big things to note is that this planet has this massive mountain range boundary to the north and to the east, which is miles tall mountain range that is not easily circumventable. And so far, mortal races on the inner side of that mountain, where the major fingers and the Primera happens to be, have never passed this mountain range. And Aaron hopes to somehow pierce through that mountain and find out what's beyond. Who knows why he's doing it, but he wants to do that. That's what his guild's being built, is that specific, that exploration. And so he implores all those that are present to reach back out to their factions, or if they themselves are interested, to come back to the capital of Primera, Keen's Hold, where his guild hall will take place, or his guild hall will be, and the guild will run, basically. Inviting you and your respective faction to send people to this grand endeavor. Prince Aaron at the time thought that he would have the full backing of his kingdom, of that of Primera, to support him in this endeavor. And so, with that, some people left, some people stayed, and the prince did offer that for those of you that are interested to head back north towards Keen's Hold, he'll have an escort, a caravan that we could all take place in traveling north with. And then so the majority of the cast did head north on this caravan, which was then attacked by bandits a couple hours outside of Windermere. And in the confusion and the confrontation, Prince Aaron was abducted. And our party, in the confusion, basically jumped to the defense to try to save Prince Aaron from whatever perceived fate that may happen to him. And so they charged off looking for the clues of where Prince Aaron's body or his actual still person may be. In doing so, they did find the bandit camp, and they managed to deal with the bandits that were abducting the prince. And they rescued one very younger-looking girl who seemed incapable of speaking. And
Creature.
The DM, an out-of-character joke, as they call her Creature. I guess some people in character call her Creature too. However, later on, she's eventually named Amelia. Amelia with Prince Aaron and the rest of the entourage head back towards Keen's Hold, where they arrive back to the city of Keen's Hold itself. And there's a massive parade, and everyone kind of leaves the parade where the majority of the royal family keeps heading back towards the castle. And Prince Aaron comes with our little group of individuals, maybe around a dozen or so individuals. We head to the guild hall, where he introduces us to his personal, the personal place that we'll be taking our adventures from, right? The guild hall, which is an unnamed guild at the time, right? We find that the guild hall was a repurposed religious temple to the god Male. And so here's a good history about Male. Male was this god of justice and order, and was perceived to be a very good god for about 700 years, or maybe 700 to 800 years, somewhere in that ballpark. Box, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere in this range, right? And unfortunately, about 2 centuries ago, or maybe 2 to 3 centuries ago, Mael had some kind of revolution or coup or something against the other gods, and he hurt 2 of them or killed 2 of them, but in the end he was bitch slapped by the biggest god, Corum, and then he retreated down to the abyss and the hells where fiends reside. And in this shuffling of power of the divine domain, there was a huge amount of disturbance on the planet as well. But Mael had lost huge favoring on the planet because of his coup against the other pantheon. And so this temple to Mael, which probably had lost a lot of service for a very long period of time, has now been repurposed to this new entrepreneur endeavor by Prince Aaron now 2 centuries later. Okay, so our cast members basically do some antics inside the guild hall for a couple days where we're kind of like learning each other, learning more about the environment around us, and eventually we get our first big main mission. Actually, hold on, let's back up a bit. So we are invited, actually, the day we come back, to attend a masquerade that's being hosted in Primera for the new royalty being inaugurated, right? It's not yet. The inauguration is going to be in a week, but there's a huge festival of all the family coming back to the King's Hold, right? And so our cast, being special guests to Prince Aaron, are also invited to attend this masquerade, and we all go in, we all hit the town, buy a bunch of masks. Some of us buy fancy clothing, some of us dress up as Winston Churchill, but we end up going to the festivities where we're in the ball, right? There's a bunch of antics. Thrak gets super drunk. Thurvish is just talking to a lot of people. Sidek gets personally invited to go talk to the Queen, where we learn that Sidek has a pretty decent relationship with the Queen. There's a whole bunch of like personal character stuff that I would love to get into, but I just don't think we have the time to really summarize concisely. So I'm gonna have to skip it. But Sidek, in this point, it's pretty important to talk about this. Sidek has a personal relationship with the Queen, or at least the current Queen, not the new Queen, but the current Queen, who had her late husband just recently die, right? And then, so we know that Sidek is part of an assassin organization called the Corvair, which is from the Wood Elf Kingdom of Arendelle, which is one of the fingers, these massive continents that are like not the size of Primera, about a fifth of the size of Primera, but they're still massive. And the Wood Elf one's called Arendelle, and Sidek comes from there, and he's part of an assassin's guild called the Corvair. And it seems that the Corvair are very well a tool or a puppet of the royal authority of Arendelle. And it seems that the Queen of Primera, who is a Wood Elf herself, has some sort of authority with the Corvair and Sidek specifically. And so she talks to Sidek about aspirations of what she attends for her son, Prince Aaron, and his guild. And she talks about some of these kind of like things are in movement that need to happen, and I need you, Sidek, to make sure they happen. And Sidek doesn't shirk from any of these massive expectations from him. He takes them on with stride, and then he eventually leaves with a whole slew of responsibilities just dumped on his plate. The most noteworthy is that the Inquisitor, this revolutionary figure inside King's Hold, is planning something, and the Queen has put things in motion to help our guild get notoriety, because there's another thing that we need to deal with, which was unnamed. So during the rest of the ball, the party starts finding things being a little weird, and as they are about to uncover this weird plot that's about to have a whole bunch of problems occur to a bunch of people, the plot eventually unfolds before we could, and there's a bunch of assassins that attack the residents of the masquerade. Our party jumps to the defense and dispatches several of these assassins. The majority do manage to flee away. Sidek did a whole Agent 47 thing where he tried to take on 2 assassins at once, fucking super fucked up, but he did succeed at disabling the illusionary transmitter of the Inquisitor himself, taunting and giving buffs to his underlings at the ballroom. So in the end, we did succeed on saving the majority of the lives, and we did help halt the assassination attempts on a bunch of aristocracy, and we are sent home back to our guild hall to lick our wounds and be relatively merry about the big accomplishments we've done thus far. Upon arriving back to the guild hall, we meet an unarmed dragonborn. Like literally, he has no hands. He does have like stumps where his armed forearms used to be. And he's also been blind. And this is where we learn some history about the Dragonborn. Dragonborn, I don't know why I'm getting to this a little bit, but Dragonborn are a race that hasn't existed for a very long period of time. Apparently, when Mael ambushed the other gods, those that were most loyal to him on the material plane, i.e. Primera, had metamorphically transformed into Dragonborn when this event occurred. And so the Dragonborn have not been around for a very long time, only a couple centuries. Because of the association that Mael is a bad god and you being a Dragonborn now, they were heavily prejudiced against after Mael had, been banished to the Hells, basically, right? And so this is just one of these people, these after moment effects that we've seen of the legacy and history of the world of Primerus, sorry. So we met this guy named Brulian, and he seemed like a reasonably decent guy, and Thurvish and him talked up quite a bit. So the party, kind of spreads out to their own little activities for a period of time, and our next big mission of note is that because of our success at the Assassin's Ball, we've earned the eye of one of the royals of one of the other fingers, specifically the ruined kingdom of Runmaros, which is the finger to the far west. This is the fallen empire of the Drow people. This massive continent was recently, about 9 months ago, just massively destroyed. There was some huge cataclysmic event there that wiped out 95% of the population, made the entire finger, the entire continent, uninhabitable. And one of our party members, Ishtar, but he goes by the alias of Nikal. Nikal comes from Runmaros, him being a drow himself. And so we heard from the current ruling authority, the only remaining monarch, King Roki, or now dubbed King Roki. He has heard of our deeds thus far and is personally inviting us to a job and willing to pay 3,000 gold, which is a normally high sum of money. So, in interest to start getting, good jobs and start making money, this is our first real job as an organization. We accept. We go to the inn to meet Roki. This inn way far off of the way, and we find some weird interactions with Roki. This is worth commenting that when we first meet Roki, he actually gives off a very insidious, malicious, murderous aura about him, and he comments that he needs to test us, which sends some of our members into a very much fight or flight response. But in the end, before any real testing could occur, the actual proprietor of the inn, some woman, I forget her name right now, but she says, "Oh no, not in my inn," and she ruins Roki's attempt to really test our skill. In the end, Roki does exchange pleasantries with us after the perceived initial confrontation that never did transpire. But so just wanted to give you a good foot that Roki did have some weird beginnings with our cast. But nonetheless, Roki then kind of, after that humorous interruption of his fight, we exchange words with him, and he basically says that here's the thing he wants us to do. So he's going to be inside King's Hold for about a week, and he's expecting that there's going to be an assassination attempt against him specifically. There seems to be some history between him and one other person that he believes here is in King's Hold, and he wants this person to attack him because he wants to kill this person in kind. But he needs witnesses, and he needs a few of our guild, which has gained enough repute to be noteworthy. He wants two of them to be witness of this. What that means is really not even questioned, but he needs 2 witnesses. And so our guild accepts, seemingly that's not too difficult of a task. Roki does not want the entire guild present on escorting him, because if we were all present, this person would never attack him because there's just too many bodyguards. So up to 2 people should be present. And again, Roki thinks he's more than capable of handling this person. It's just that he wants these 2 people of our guild, this third party, to bear witness to whatever the event happens to be. So we say, easy enough. Of course, while we leave Roki's company to kind of discuss tactics, we kind of have a different interpretation that we'll have people shadowing Roki, like, Secret Service, where he won't know that we're following him, but we'll be able to be there to protect him in the event something bad happens. We never actually fully disclosed this information to Roki, but we did admit that Thurvish and Nikal, this would be Mike's character, technically Ishtar, but alias name Nikal, which I'll now refer to from this point forward as Nikal. Nikal and Thurvish would be protecting Roki at the event that this is supposed to actually occur. But it's not going to happen tonight. It's going to happen in a couple of days. So we go, great. We go back to the guild hall. More antics and funny things occur. It's around here later in the evening that Roki arrives back to the guild hall saying, hey, okay, I want to introduce you to a good friend of mine named Karstein. And Karstein's this masked individual who has a bunch of mystery about him. Karstein seems to have an aura of incredible confidence about his skill, and Karstein knows a lot of things that shouldn't be known. Is definitely the air about this individual. He seems very well affiliated with our guild hall specifically, which is very concerning. But Karstein talks about knowing that there is a demonologist far, far to the west in the dwarven peaks of Kazarak Peaks, and that this guy needs to die, because demonology is just terrible. Demonology is the practice of and study of demons, and demons have been a thorn in the side of Primerus for a very long time, for centuries. I mean, it's kind of standard fiend stuff. Fiends want to do bad things, and interacting with mortals, their goal is always to push their agenda at the suffering of mortals. So you can assume that's the same case in this case. So Karstein's like, hey, there's a guy we need to go kill. And Roki wants to actually see your guys' skills. He wants to confirm that you actually are capable of handling this 3,000 gold bill he's about to throw at you, right? Or rather not bill, but payment to you. So he wants to confirm you're actually capable. And so we go, sure, we'll showcase our stuff, but the Kazarak Peaks is over a week away. How are we going to do this? Roki says, don't worry, I'll teleport us there, and you can get this done in the night. We say, sure, so we teleport off to the Kazarak Peaks via Roki's magic to go ahead and try to find this demonologist inside the Kazarak Peaks. In the end, we succeed. We do find the demonologist, as well as his entire little band of dwarves that are, well, effectively cultists, or perceived to be cultists. In the process of dealing with this guy, we did learn that it was possible this person had affiliation to the Cult of Ascension, which seems to be one of these major enemies, couldn't think of the right term, antagonists of the Primerus people. Their goal is to hijack people that are ascended and steal the path that they're going to use to become quasi-divine, and instead use it for themselves, to make themselves incredibly powerful. And they've done this numerous times throughout history. And the Cult of Ascension is really, really, really bad people. And when we find out that the Cult of Ascension might be involved with this demonologist, this is very concerning. And Roki actually tells us, pull the ripcord, eject. This is way, way more dangerous than I initially thought. I don't want you to deal with this. But our group says, we're already involved this much. We'll see this through. And we push forward. Yeah, so regardless of Roki's warning, we do proceed on doing it. And we do find this guy, I forget his name right now, Rangor or something like that, some dwarf axe wielder who had very capable capabilities, the leader of the group of individuals that he was in charge of. We do corner him, we kill one of his guards, and we knock the rest of them unconscious. That was because Nicole wanted to actually get blood on his hands. And then we do fight Rangor himself, and Rangor's losing, and so Rangor quickly tries to complete his ritual to do whatever he was trying to do inside this mine, this emberite mine inside the Kazarak Peaks, and he succeeds in his ritual to some capacity, which it metamorphically changes him into a fiend. Or maybe a fiend takes control of his body and his body becomes quasi-fiendish. We don't know the full capacity of it, but nonetheless, when he becomes fiend or metamorphosizes into a fiend, he becomes incredibly more powerful, incredibly more dangerous, and the fight becomes incredibly more hard. A couple people are knocked unconscious. No one is killed in the end. We do defeat the fiend by sealing him inside a demon gem, a soul trapping gem that was given to us by Karstein himself to trap a demon soul inside of it. Because otherwise, the demon soul would have went back to the abyss / the hells, which are combined in this universe, and would have just regenerated and came back to the plane at some other point in time. So trapping it is the only real way to permanently deal with a devil or a fiend. And so with that in mind, we did trap it because of this gem given to us by Karstein. We return back to Karstein and Roki, say, hey, we succeeded. We're a little beat up, but we succeeded. And they're like, great. So then Roki teleports us back to King's Hold, where we then donate the unconscious guards to the prison in King's Hold, where we meet Warden Marcus. Warden Marcus is a cheerful individual who's heard great things about us. And at first, we start off with a great repute with this individual. While we're visiting, we do interrogate one of the assassins that we did manage to capture alive, a woman named Penelope. And Penelope is very confused as to why she was captured from the masquerade. The last thing she recalls is she was in Woolhope, a different town, just being a tailor, and that she must have been abducted, and that she must have been, mind controlled by magic. And that's kind of the conclusion we come to, that her story is probably truthful, or, well, maybe truthful. But Nicole's suspicious about the entire endeavor, and so he actually uses a spell to talk with local rats inside the inn to determine, inside the prison to determine, is she telling the truth? And he does talk to a fat rat, and the fat rat says, well, there was a wood elf that had stepped into her cell. You're not the first people to come by here to talk to this woman. In fact, the warden himself, with one wood elf, came up to her cell, and that wood elf pulled some kind of blue light out of her head and then walked away. And, of course, now, it's debatable if this rat was telling the truth, because, in fact, the conversation with the rat that Nicole had with it is this rat wanted money. He didn't want food for the information. He wanted coin. And so Nicole paid a rat 3 gold coin. So it's kind of weird that maybe the rat isn't quite a rat, or maybe it's a different kind of rat, right? There's a level of intellect that shouldn't be involved with an animal, and thus the information presented should have been challenged but never was, and it was assumed factual. Nonetheless, because of this information, the party got a very big bias against the warden because he had personally escorted this wood elf to the cell of Penelope. And this got us into a very rocky relationship where we were, well, not all of us, but those that were cognizant at the time, were rather accusatory to the warden, trying to find out the truth, and the warden became defensive, and our reputation with the warden had suffered quite a bit because of these accusations against this guy. Nonetheless, we leave, getting no real major lead besides that there's wood elves at front, and yeah, so there's evidence consistently so far through our plot points that wood elves and assassins of wood elves, which come from Arendelle, the same place that Sidek comes from, they seem to be dealing with things, and they aren't all good. They're not all like Sidek. There might be some bad things afoot. We regroup back at the guild hall. This information shared between everyone, and we kind of strategize what would be the next on the docket. It's at this point that more shenanigans occur, and we get our second job opportunity. A young arcanist named Zeke, I forget his last name right now, but Zeke shows up, claiming he's found an arcane vault, but no one believes him, and he can't quite get inside, but he hears that we're really good people, and maybe we will be able to assist him on getting inside the arcane vault. And he offers us 90 gold, which is, definitely below the value. However, there's information inside the vault. Magic spellcraft. Arcane vaults are these artifacts of legacy lore before, where the arcanists of the bygone eras feared that the mortals would, or not mortals, normal people who can't cast magic would revolt against magic and destroy it. And so they made these arcane vaults, numerous of them across the land, to safeguard magic, to ensure it endures through history. And so Zeke's claim there's an arcane vault with magic probably locked inside of it that our arcanists could write down in their spell books. That'd be valuable information. And so ultimately we agree to take Zeke's proposal. We escort him off to the arcane vault that he claims to go. We ask him how he found out about it. And of course the vault that, oh, in this case, not of course, but in this case, Zeke is the descendant of a renowned arcanist named Ramon. And this vault happens to be his family's legacy, rather his great-great-grandfather's legacy. So this is how he learned about it. So we go to the Arcane Vault, we uncover and resolve and solve all of its puzzles to get to the very end. There's some questionable decisions by some of the cast members, i.e. Thurvish, where he almost dies because of trying to take a entire trial on his own, but ultimately he doesn't, and we do persevere and defeat the Shade of Iran and the entire defenses of the vault. We're then invited by the Shade, who's now allied with us, to write down the spells. So Thrak writes some spells, Zeke writes some spells, and an NPC named Cersei, who's also a wizard, writes some spells from this vault into their spell book. And Sidek has a conversation with Ramon, and it turns out that Ramon used to be a member of the Corvair. In fact, Ramon is one of the founding members of the Corvair, an arcanist assassin that he is. And Ramon talks to Sidek, and so this is really important to note, that the intention of the Corvair was actually not to be a tool of the Arendelle authority, or the monarchy, right? But rather it was made to check the power of the royals of Arendelle, and fear that if they ever united, that Arendelle would spell doom, because apparently there was a prophecy that if the Wood Elves united, and then I guess also if all of Primerus united, that there would be a massive destruction or wake across all of existence, basically. And after several centuries, because this Shade only knew what Ramon knew up to that time he created that Shade. He has no knowledge of what happened to Ramon past that point, right? So it's got a very snapshot portfolio of information. Sidek Sidak learns that Sidak knows the current Corvair is a tool by the royal authority, and that is very concerning to Ramon, or not very concerning, but definitely a disconnect between what the intent of the Corvair is and what the Corvair has become now. It's also noted that Sidak is a unique creature. He comes from this great tree as one of his progenitors. So Sidak wasn't made by a mother and a father. Rather, he was a creation of an arcane investment into this magical nature tree, this thing called the Great Tree, which was a gift from the goddess or god of nature, Fenra or Fenvir, right, one of the two, right? And apparently they used this tree to make certain progeny, and Sidak happens to be such a progeny with a unique relationship to that god, and has the ability to connect to people's souls, as well as to attack their souls directly, which is a very potent capability if he can actually land his fucking hits. But nonetheless, in this conversation with Ramon, Sidak admits that he is connected to the tree heavily, because obviously he was birthed from it, and Ramon comments that the tree is perceived to have bad voodoo with it, because when it first came into existence, there was a bunch of hags nearby, right? And hags are never good. Also, next thing to know is that the arcanists of Ramon's era thought the tree, at one point in time, would, any of those associated to it, could be dominated or mind-controlled, right? And Sidak, being, permanently tied to it because he's been birthed from it, at any moment could, be used against his will, right? That's a very concerning thing. Sidak also comments that, well, that's concerning, but more so not for myself, but rather that all the current aristocracy, all the nobles of Arendelle, they are also all tied to the tree, thus implying that there's a possibility that currently the current ruling authority of Arendelle is being manipulated by some greater evil, or at one point in the future could just suddenly become manipulated by the will of hags or whatever it happens to be, right? So it's very, very concerning stuff. There's foreshadowing that there'll be a big confrontation soon involving with that. Nonetheless, Sidak goes, all right, thanks for the information. Ramon asks us to break the defensive wards on the vault so that anyone that wants to learn magic can come and learn magic, and so we do such. We then go to a local farm, rather the local estate that Zeke claims is his birthright, but in reality, it was sold by the Primerus Kingdom 2 decades ago to an old admiral. We meet the mighty Boo Bear, Basset Hound of level 99, and we spend the night at his farm. And the admiral decides that he wasn't very hospitable up front with us, and so he invites us to come with him to wagon back to King's Hold the next day. We agree to take the caravan ride once again back to King's Hold, and so we travel the 6-hour day or 6-hour walking instead of now 3 hours by horseback with the admiral, with the mighty Boo Bear, with the admiral's nephew, back to King's Hold, where we are kind of now entering into the information of the last episode. Woo!
Can you start that again? I missed some of it.
I was AFK. Sorry. What was that?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that haven't been diverged into. A lot of our first 9 sessions have been learning things about other characters, right? Like, we know Thrak comes from the Dunes. We know that Amelia is this weird enigma where she basically she seems like she's rather amnesic, or she's like about a 15-year-old girl but doesn't seem to have speech capability. She seems to be learning a lot. We learned that Nicole has a very high affinity to animals. Like, he's super interested in maybe not protecting, but communicating with animals. But he doesn't trust, like, any other race besides elves, right? He hates, and he openly is racist to other races. Like, and maybe not so much just that, but, like, there seems to be a thing about Nicole, again, which is Mike's character, just not really hating humans a lot, and prefers the company of animals, which oddly enough, he has grown semi-fond of the insectoid in the party, not the party, but rather the insectoid of the guild hall, right? Because there's these NPCs that aren't necessarily us players, but are part of the cast, right? They're part of the main storyline's cast. There's an insectoid, a 3-creen named Garamy, and Nicole has made a decent relationship with him, and somehow apparently accepts Amelia, I guess, weirdly enough. Thurvish, unfortunately, since Chubbs left the group, his stuff is not really important. He actually left the last session. And I already talked about Sidek, because Sidek has the most relevant story foreshadowing thus far of all the cast. So I don't think I missed. Yeah, that's the 4 players here. So, and of course, we know nothing about you. We'll find more about you soon.
Fantastic! Wowie zowie.
Sorry
All right.
it took so long. I think you probably
No,
thought that would be
it's
faster.
fine. It's fine. Now we get to the. Then whoever rolled the highest as the recap for last session. I know you went over a lot of last session, but now this is for the players who were there. Just a friendly reminder of the more specific details of specifically last session. So, Mike, go ahead.
I could do that too. I actually have it written down.
No, Mike, you.
No, Lance wants to. I'll let him do it. It's fine.
All right. Well, because Laris so graciously threw that out, Mike, you get minus 12 to your roll.
Oh, wow. Okay. So sweet. What happened in the very beginning of?
All right, go ahead, Laris. Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Enlighten
So
the
I'll just read it
players
off of
and me.
I could have read the entire thing initially, but that just was something a bad idea. So, all right. So, episode 9, preparing for the inauguration. For the former admiral offers soup and water to the party. He also advises us that he'll give a ride to us in the morning to King's Hold. He offers to sell his home to Zeke for 10,000 gold, and also offers a warning to ignore the weird moaning noises from the coast at night. The party rests at the barn. We do hear whale noises at night, and but we ignore them per the former admiral's advice. Come morning, the party wakes up and prepares to join the wagon with the retired admiral. Amelia manages to pet Boo Bear, which makes her morning. The group rides back to King's Hold. Upon arriving back at the Guildhall, Thurvish receives a letter from his grandfather that his grandfather was recently sighted. Thurvish says, "Whoop, I gotta go," and he heads off to immediately go look for his grandfather. Kenneth alerts the group that Prince Aaron had recently entered an argument with the soon-to-be king, his the second oldest son, and that it seems that all funding for Prince Aaron's guild has been cut off, which puts Kenneth in an terribly dour mood because Kenneth's entire responsibility is to do our finances. So now that we no longer have a source of income, Kenneth is aging by the second. Let's see. So Zeke expresses to the guild that he has interest to join the guild, just being a young bubbling wizard that he is. And so the guild comes to a vote without the prince being present, and we decide it's okay to have Zeke join our ranks. We also learned that Roki's intended target is apparently his cousin, who fled when Rumaros fell. And during Roki's attempt to try to corner his cousin, which has led up to this point, it seems that Roki's cousin has once again fled. Hearing that he has been talking with us, supposedly, has scared this cousin to flee. And so Roki probably, hasn't been confirmed, but probably will no longer need our services. However, Roki still intends to pay the guild the 3,000 gold that he said initially, seeing that there's great potential in our future. Nonetheless, this needs to be confirmed with Roki, so we do need to get words with him to verify these statements, but that's kind of the hubbub we hear inside the guild hall. Anais shares that she's heard some rumors about the Inquisitor and that he may attempt to attack the coronation. After some deduction and theories, the party includes that the attack might not actually be against the monarchy. It could be, but it also could be for a good opportunity for the Inquisitor to do something else. Perhaps steal the fabled dragon horn that's used to make dragons go crazy, or possibly even break into the prison. With no strong lead, though, the party decides that they'll scope out the place the inauguration is going to take place, and so the majority of us head over there. While scouring through the area, Amelia sees a black cat and chases after it. She runs into the Princess of Hagenholt, Princess Melisandra. The princess decides to help escort the young monk back to the rest of the group, where Sidek notices and exchanges pleasantries with the noble. Both sides reveal their intent to scout the region, sharing suspicion about the possibility of foul play. The princess does offer a job to Sidek and Proxy the guild. If we can bring the head of any of those, at least one of the heads of any of those that helped murder her uncle, a man I think named Keen, which you guys would, most of you remember from the prologue of the entire game. I wasn't present at that, but this legendary warrior that was indestructible, and then you guys had killed him, and so we need to hunt your characters down from that. And nonetheless, anyways, if we could bring the head of any one of those people, she'll pay our guild 10,000 something gold, I think it was, right? It was an obscene amount of money. So there's a job prospect. She does offer, what else does she do? I think she offers another job too. She also comments that there's an opportunity that she's interested in as well besides this job, and that she'll probably stop by our guild hall later before she heads back to Hagenhold. So we should expect her to arrive at some point in the future to offer maybe another possibility. Back at the guild hall, Jeremy returns with Cersei and Zeke, who were looking into a whole separate affair. You know, while we were looking at the inauguration thing, they were looking to see if there's some other things about the Inquisitor. They did find an interesting thing in the sewers, where they have heard that there have been wood elves sighted in the sewers recently. And of course, with the other information about wood elves being a problem with the heavily involved with the Inquisitor, this is concerning. While they were exploring near the sewers, they learned that the sewers has a route that goes nearby the jail, making it plausible that that could be the motive of the Inquisitor. If there are wood elves nearby the sewers that also lead to the jail, and that is one of the three theories that we have as to what the Inquisitor might do, it is a place of interest for us to consider maybe not being at the inauguration, but being at the jail itself, because that might be the Inquisitor's actual target. So at that point, we kind of head back to the guild hall, where people decide that we're going to spend the rest of this evening doing our own agendas. Thrak decides to go to the academy to learn the dark vision spell, because the few humans in our group who can't see in the sewers will suffer greatly. So he steals 50 gold from, or rather borrows 50 gold from Amelia, who has no idea what money is, to go learn the spell at the academy, and I believe Zeke decides to go with him. We have Nicole decides that he's going to take his horse, Lunadarius, out on a stroll out into the fields. Siddiq decides to go on a little date with Anais. Actually, it's not a date, but maybe it is a date with Anais to hone their weapon skills against the local guards. And Jeremy accepts the apology that was depicted by Amelia's mantra. I didn't talk about this at all, but whatever. You can ignore that, sweet. And then Amelia has a learning lesson with the new instructor, Dr. Solomon Kane. This very, very understanding man who seems to be quite skilled in not only knowledge, teaching, and arcane abilities, but yeah, he's quite a stand-up individual. He's a doctor, after all. And so the session basically ends with Dr. Solomon Kane starting to instruct Amelia on trying to teach her what words are, and maybe have her start reciprocating oral skills. And that's where we left off.
And that's where we left. So, our intrepid adventurers have split up for the evening, going to their various locations. First, Thrak, you arrive at the school. You're greeted by a familiar enchanted set of armor that greets you.
Hey.
He waits patiently for whatever you might be looking to do. You inform him that you're there for the darkness spell. And you're guided to the library.
Oh, good.
Where you go. Zeke is at the main entrance. He'd be waiting for you because they don't let him in. They dislike him.
Jesus.
But that you're able to find the spell with relative ease. You are copying off a scroll, but
I do that in 2 minutes.
Of course you do, because you're very talented.
Do I see anybody in this library?
Oh, there's students here and there, left and right, up and down. There's a very angry looking librarian.
Huh. I go up to the librarian.
Okay, sure. She's looking down at her paper, and as you're approaching, one of the children, not children, I suppose, one of the students elbows their table accidentally, and there's a loud wooden sound, and she puts her finger to her lip and hushes the boy quickly.
Ma'am.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry to bug you, but I have a question.
She raises her eyebrow quizzically, as if, go on.
Do I need to talk this low, or can I talk normal?
would prefer you keep it down to a whisper.
Right. I was wondering if you had any information on a student that used to go here.
Information on a student, you would need to talk to the headmaster.
But he's more of a bookworm. I was wondering if maybe you perhaps seen him around.
I might be able
Goes by the name of Zeke.
Zeke. I haven't met any student with the name Zeke.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but who were you saying I needed to speak with?
In order to figure out about the students that go to this school, you'll have to speak with the headmaster.
Yeah, but he's always busy.
It's not a problem. Set up a meeting with him.
I caught him half nude outside of an arcane vault just not a day ago.
She's looking at you with a stern expression, clearly one of disbelief.
It's all right, ma'am. No problem. I just wondered if you had something, but just wanted to see if you was a good student, that's all.
Like I said, I don't know any student by that name.
Okay, I believe you. No insight check needed.
What the
I'll
No insight check needed.
I'll leave. Sorry to bug you, and I'll keep it down on my way out. I accidentally run into a table, and I
As you're leaving, the suit of armor at the front desk raises his hand, waves to you, and goes, "Have a pleasant evening."
Oh, you are something else. That is some magics. If only I could create you instead of that atrocity that I keep conjuring. One day.
Oh god, the
Zeke!
horror that mouth will someday be partially animated armor.
Zeke!
You're running out to the, or not running. You're in a hasten to walk down the property. In this kind of chilly evening, you can see Zeke pacing at the entrance.
Zeke!
Yes.
Come on. We've learned it.
All right. Would you mind if I learned it too?
Zeke.
No, I was just... Hear me out. You're a much capable fighter than I am, but I am capable of second-level magic. And that spell lasts 8 hours with no concentration needed. I'll cast it on the two people. You can keep your spells.
Of course you can... Zeke, you have full access to my spell book if you can actually lift it. But first we need to get home. Because I don't have 4 hours for you to stand here and start scribbling in your little...
I figured I'd do it at the guild hall.
Yes, of course. We'll make it a date. You and I.
I just thinking that since I'm not too physically capable and I don't have the strongest...
Don't say that. There's always room for you to improve.
Right. And
In
the
fact,
two of you... Oh,
I think you should probably learn one of my most important spells that I have in my spell book. It's called Enlarge.
what's Circle of Magic?
Transmutation, of course. One of your specialties, I think.
I could give it a try.
Of course. It'll expedite your gains. Let's get back to the
God
guild
damn
hall.
it.
God, you're unappealing sometimes.
I remind
All
me from like Gear Runner Core, there's a couple times that Bach just like flat out be like, God, I hate Nolan.
I didn't comment once about his skeletal structure.
All right, the Swizzard and Zeke start to head back to the hall where we pan over to another section at one of the far ends of town on the outer circles of the walls. Anais is currently standing about the barracks. She hasn't actually challenged anyone like she said she was going to when she left. Dakior with her, and guards seem to be accepting of her being there. You do notice, like, when she arrives, she even she shakes one of their hands like with both of hers and gives them a slight bow. She seems to have been here before.
Right. So what was your intention in coming here?
Well, I did intend to practice my abilities. Not all of them are inept, some of them are quite skilled. But another reason I come is to learn of the going-ons about the town. There's a lot more small arrests that we never hear about.
That's smart. I guess, we wouldn't hear about those, would we? Any news you've heard of while we've been gone?
Not anything particular. There's been a slight rise in theft. A good deal of rest under treason charges, but minor ones. A lot of people have been questioning the next king's resolve and what good they'll do for Primera.
Right.
Despite
Well,
that parade and welcome, it seems that our soon-to-be king isn't too well-liked.
Well, whenever there's fanfare like that, everyone wants to join in, though. I'm sure we didn't see a lot of people that weren't too happy. But if you won't spar with any of the guards, would you like to have a go?
She looks you over for a moment. Are you sure you're up to it?
Sidak is currently still injured from all the fighting, and because he didn't. Well, no, actually, we got a full rest. Never mind.
We did, full rest.
So I am good to go. It would there would still be some like scorch marks on his clothing and like some stuff that he still needs to work out from the events that happened, but he gives a firm nod before saying, "Well, gotta be in the best shape I can in the coming days." And I'm sure that you would give me a proper run for the money.
Very well. I've been curious as to how strong everyone in the guild is as an individual. She will draw her rapier. You don't mind if we use real weapons?
No, that's perfectly fine. It'll give Frederick something to do.
Bead of sweat.
Yeah, Sidek's 1v1 track record isn't too good. But, it's gonna be alright, guys.
Alright.
That's last we saw of Sidak.
I'm just gonna need an attack roll
Yeah.
from you in the middle here, that's all. Just a general attack roll. See how you're doing.
Come on, baby!
Oh, look at that.
Hey, no way! No fucking way! This happened! You can't make this up! Look, okay, my attack bonus is better than hers, though. That's a W. That's a W.
Let's find out if it is. What is your total roll?
Plus 7.
Okay, plus
my
7. So you have a mighty 8 there.
I have
All
a
right.
mighty 8.
The first roll of the night.
God damn
The two
it.
dexterous
Damn
warriors.
it, Sidak. God damn it.
Sidak, nat 1 hour
How do you have
back at it
how
again.
do you have a plus 7 to? Oh, it's a total of a 7 to hit, or is it a plus 7 to hit?
I have a plus 7 to hit.
How do you have a plus 7 to hit? Your
I've
level
got a
five.
5 in dex.
No,
you have a 6 plus 6 to hit then.
No, we have a proficiency bonus of
Oh
plus
no,
2.
you're right. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
You silly Laris.
Lairs has gone mad in the weeks without playing D&D.
That's right.
Mike, you need a mute. Mike.
All right, I'll just do it for him here.
Okay.
Wait, how are we gonna get him to know to unmute?
There we go. Well, when he says back.
When,
Mike, when
when
Easy.
get back.
The two great warriors clash back and forth. The echoes of steel against one another meeting until finally, after 10 minutes or so, both warriors currently fighting through exhaustion at this point. There's a swing of the rapier and a lunge forward, and with that motion, Sadak parries it, and the rapier goes flying across the yard, sticking into the ground. It was not a clean fight. There was many a slip up, and by the end of it, both of them were just throwing all their strength into it. But Sadak had disarmed the anti-mage, defeating her.
Wow.
Just barely.
Oh god.
Just barely.
Kitito.
Double nat ones. What are the...
My
Yes,
god.
you guys didn't want to fight each other.
Yeah, right? We don't want to fight.
There's some tension there, you know?
There you go.
Well fought. That. Oh. I don't know about you. I think
kidding.
Listen,
I think
guys.
we need a moment.
A nat 1 doesn't always mean it's pathetic. It just means that the roll was low. But if you're trying to beat a low DC, that's still beating it.
Oh no! I'm assuming because our nat ones, we were so sloppy that we're probably out of breath and like, oh god, what happened?
I'm just remarking at these people laughing at your valiant efforts.
Oh my god.
The pride of Arendelle, folks.
Yeah.
The pride of Corvair, at least, right? Come on, it has to be that.
The
All
fang of Fenris.
You
Back at
hag
it again.
cursed? You might be hag cursed.
Well. You want to call it here, or shall we go again?
Round 2.
I think that I've gained enough from that experience. I would like to take a moment.
Oh, indeed. He'll walk over and he'll pick up her rapier and shuffle back and hand it to her.
She'll slide it through its sort of loop sheath that she has on her belt.
It's been a while since I've used my daggers, and he'll slot the daggers he was using back into his inner coat. Normally the blade I use is more effective.
Unmuted, there you go.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, sorry. Got it.
Yeah,
I
we're
got
good.
him, I got
Oh,
him.
you got it.
I
Okay,
got him.
okay.
It seems your skills at least translate relatively.
Yes. Though I am curious if you did use your special properties against me, what would happen? Can't say I've ever had to run into that issue before.
What issue?
She thinks for a moment. I imagine I could dissipate your weapon, but is it hard to summon?
No, I merely think of what I envision and it occurs.
Then it probably wouldn't be too useful to dissipate it. Though
Have
if
you
I
heard-
were to fight someone like perhaps Thrak or Frederick or Thuris, I imagine I'd fare better.
Of course. It would be a very challenging situation for them. Have you heard anything from your order?
No, not yet. I don't believe they have put much stock into the idea. Perhaps I'm to assume I'm already part of this. Or perhaps there's something going on.
Well, for what it's worth, to lose you would be a crippling blow to our guild. Well,
Yes, who would supply you with an anti-magic bead every day?
it has been very effective, I'll have you know. I've used 2 of them already, and both were paramount to our success. You even saved Thurvish.
I hope he finds his grandfather.
I do as well. He seemed a good man.
Perhaps if he does, he can make his way back. Or at least his grandfather can. If I recall, that was who was originally supposed to show.
Yes, I think I remember the prince saying that. Well, do you care to stay here any longer, or would you like to get back to the keep?
It seems that the guards are busy now. Normally there's more. I imagine that due to what is going to transpire soon, they're probably running drills and are up and armed. If there is nothing more to be had here, then I suppose I'll head back.
Well, I shall accompany you. I have nothing further to attend to this day.
All right.
Off we go.
Finally, galloping through the field.
The field.
Michael, you're here, aren't you? Oh no, he's still not here. We can't gallop through the field.
Sad.
Sad.
Feels bad.
Feel bad. All right.
Real bad.
Whoa!
Oh, you are here. You are here.
I just got back. Sorry about that.
Good. We're coming to the mighty horse Lunadarius, trouncing through the fields at a high speed. Mighty war horse Lunadarius, trouncing through the fields on a warpath, full gallop, experiencing the great joys as Ishtar's hair waves through the wind behind him. These long strands of the translucent, sort of whitish drow elf hair. A brief moment of reprieve. As you notice in the distance that it's been quite some time, probably an hour of riding. Your horse is huffing. He desires food.
Hopefully not for blood.
You never know.
For the chicken nugget.
Chicken teddy. I will make my way back to the stables. I'll make my way back into the city and then head my way to the stables.
As you're riding back, a lone farmer, you can tell he's a farmer because he's wearing overalls and wields a pitchfork in hand. It's very apparent. He approaches and he goes, "Oh, you're the one who's been riding wild through these fields."
Yes. Looks at my horse, looks back at him.
Be warned, friend. Fields have gophers in them. You're lucky your horse's hoof didn't get stuck. It can spell the end for them.
I don't think a simple gopher would stop this war steed of mine.
Oh, it's not the gopher. It's the holes they leave, sir. Wrong place of a hoof and that'll snap its leg like a twig. I'm just giving you warning. Recently, my dog has been running out these damn creatures, and they keep coming from that field over yonder.
I can't believe we play city tax and they can't fill the fucking gopher holes.
Oh my god.
Well, we are the outermost ring outside even the walls. It ain't often that people come out here for minor work like that isn't paid for by the folk.
You guys are not funded by the city, right? They don't help with your fields.
No, my money comes in when I sell my field of work here. And he motions his hand towards the wheat he's growing.
May I ask,
Yeah.
what does this person look like?
He's an old human. He is human. Probably in his 50s. He's rather old. He's got enough of these fucking gophers. That's right. He has gray hair, balding at the top, but it's been slightly coned over to make it look like he tries to have a full head of hair. He's got a wide brimmed sort of straw hat, but it's dangled down his back by a rope around his neck, a loose rope.
Is there anything else I should be worried on?
Oh no, that's about all I know is these damn gophers. One of my cows the other day took a bad step, but luckily she wasn't full sprint. I was just looking out.
Thank you
I would have
for
went
your-
out sooner, but that long walk would do bad for my bum leg. And he taps his side.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for the information.
Well, alrighty then. You have yourself a lovely day. Good evening. Yeah. You gallop away from this old farmer. What does he know? Nothing. No, you gallop away.
Lunadarius is a warhorse.
Oh my God.
Lunadarius's horse will never break.
He's a
The
legs
ground
of
will-
steel.
Primera will break before Lunadarius. All right. So
He
with
stands
that,
at the pinnacle of all horses.
Nicole rides back towards the large guild hall that you guys have had, and he stables his horse there, gives it a nice firm brushing before heading
Feeds it.
inside, reconvening
Feeds it.
with what?
Feeds it.
And feeds it one golden carrot valued at 50 gold,
Oh my god.
like always. All right. Then heads inside. At which point the whole party is reconvening at the guild hall. First to return will be our good friends, Thrak and Zeke. Thrak, you enter and you see an African-American looking gentleman sitting at the table, several props on the table in front of him, and he seems to be trying to teach Amelia. There's scrolls in front of him with basic alphabet of Primeran.
It'll never work. We've tried.
Well, sometimes it just takes a little more effort.
What makes you think you're better than me?
Oh,
Oh my God.
God.
Why are you starting to fight with Dr. Solomon Kane in your first introduction?
I love this Bidic energy.
My dear friend, I do not believe I am better than you. I just don't intend to give up.
Calling me a quitter?
No, my good sir.
Very well. We'll be in the study. I'll be teaching this child to write in a book. We'll see who
Oh my God.
teaches quicker.
What the fuck?
And I wish you the best of luck.
You get her to say a word before I get this kid to write this spell into his book, and I'll shake your hand.
Well, I would not want to miss out on that offer.
Yeah. Seem to be out old right now. I would offer it, but handshake is just as good amongst teachers, apparently. What's your name?
My name is Dr. Solomon Kane.
Mouthful. That's fine.
Thrak is jealous.
Correct.
I don't think Thrak likes teachers. He doesn't like school.
No, he's
fine.
jealous that someone else is teaching Creature. Even though you're continuing, he's returned to trying to teach Amelia, who maybe is happy to see you back. I don't know how Amelia's reacting. Amelia,
She waved.
she waved. Amelia, you've been getting to try a bunch of new foods, and they're all really good.
Yeah, and I think as we talked about last episode, she is understanding certain audio now, right? She's just not really vocalizing. That's the real conundrum.
Of course. All right.
She knows what an apple is. Yay!
Thrak, you retire to the study where Kenneth is sitting down at a table. He's got his big wooden structure in front of him that counts money. And across the room, Jeremy is flipping through a book.
It's good news, Kenneth.
Oh, please. What is it?
Roki's going to be paying us the 3,000 gold.
Thank the 12.
The 12?
Divine.
Is that what are there 12 gods here? Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are! Oh wow, it's the same as FO14. Okay.
12, yes.
Technically 13. No, technically there's 12, alright? Because one of them is not a god anymore, he's an evil guy.
But isn't like Tarzagross like 5 gods in one?
So technically there's only 11 right now.
Kenneth, you're looking great. Have you been losing weight?
A significant amount. It doesn't look like a significant amount. How much is Kenneth losing, you wonder? But at the moment, it's not important as you place the slab on the table and Zeke takes your challenge. He grips it with both hands and then lifts it. It's a challenging act, but he does manage to pick up this metal slab you have that you keep it on, though he's not going to write with that in his hands.
Good. Now, squat.
What? What?
Come on. Clean.
He slowly squats down, sort of like bent over, holding this fucking metal slab in his hands.
Come on.
Well, further.
One more. You can do it. You can do it, Zeke.
Legs are buckling.
Come on, man.
He stands and then he does another squat.
Yeah. One more.
Another.
One more. Just one. It's just one more.
It's gonna take me hours to copy
just
this
one.
spell. Yeah, he does another squat with the stone slab.
Can you do one more, though? Can you do one more?
I rather not.
You can do it.
Oh, come on. We walked a lot the other day and
Just one. Just one more and we can take a break. One more, we take a break.
Walked 6
Wipe it down.
hours.
One more.
He does another spot.
Okay, all right. Good job.
All right. At this point, Sadak and Anais would return. And you would notice a new figure at the table, several objects thrown out, mostly fruits. And the creature seems to be sitting there. She may be a tiny bit bored, but hey, there's a lot of new stimuli that's keeping her there, at least.
Huh. You must be the new instructor that was hired.
Indeed, I am. My name is Dr. Solomon Kane.
Well, Dr. Solomon, I am Sadak. I wish you the best of luck in teaching the young girl.
I do hope she's at least capable of speech.
She can vocalize. She managed to bark. It's just coercing her to actually learn, I think, is going to be the hard part.
There's light coming from the study. I'm going to retire there.
Have a good night, Anais.
She joins these fucking people.
Swells
The
with
fucking
exhaust as she
people.
comes in, as there's like Zeke is sweating. And you got like Thrak probably like doing curls with his freaking slap.
Sadak is gonna go to his room. He has business to attend to.
Sadak kills 3 people on the way there.
Excellent.
One of them being Mouth. Alright.
Easy execution.
just a dagger.
If you want to pad those numbers.
Rolls a nat 1 to hit Mal.
Brought in and fed. Nicole, you're the last to enter. Pushing open the doors to your abode, your humble guild hall. You see the sight before you. A man with props and fruit in front of him, scrolls, ink and quill, and Amelia, who seems to be, at least, she's able to pick one up, like, when he says the word of what it is, she knows which one it is. Nicole, what do you want to do?
I will. What time is it?
It's evening, like late evening. Probably the sun is setting in the back.
I'll walk over. I can see, not to disrupt them, but be nearby and just listen in.
Fantastic. It's a very typical sort of teaching thing, and Solomon, despite being a human, that kind of barbaric, he has elf-like qualities to him. He's a very patient teacher. He seems knowledgeable for what he is, and he seems to have a Zen-esque feel to him. But while you're sitting there and the other party members retire to their rooms, we're going to pan to a different scene. The halls panic. Oh my god. Sweet, are you here?
Yes, sir.
All right, just making sure you are muted.
No, I had to be quiet.
All right. Stepping through the halls of the keep or the main castle in King's Hold, we have a young woman with platinum blonde hair. Her eyes. All right, we'll get to the description in a minute. Anyways, approaching, you're escorted by some guards,
Okay.
and you're brought to a throne room where you see across the way two people looking very similar arguing. One seems to just be perhaps a younger version of the other. So let me just quickly grab these fucking goons real quick.
Oh no.
All right. The two seem to be arguing. You overhear a brief bit of it, and I will do that now. Give me a second. My word is final. I've made up my mind, brother, and I'd appreciate if you respect that. But don't you understand what you're risking? Part of our peace treaty involves the marriage of one of them. Brother, as your older brother, not as your king, I have found love. I will not sully their reputation by putting on a fake facade for the people. If our peace treaty balances so fragilely on that alone, then I will write new one. Anyway, we have guests. Let's not discuss this further. Right. I was expecting you. King Saru had written ahead of your arrival. I was glad to see that he had partaken in my offer for the guild. What is your name?
Oh, my my name is Aurora Greyborn. And I bow. No, I curtsy.
Curtsy. Oh, fancy.
Curtsy.
Wow!
I'm a lady. I curtsy.
Yes. King Ares spoke highly of you. I honored to have you in my guild.
Well, thank you very much. It's glad to see that word gets around of what I've done.
Well, if you would, I could guide you there. I was just finishing up a conversation with my brother.
No, please. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
8 gophers! He walks past and he looks back at his brother and he sort of grips his hand and he says, I beg you to reconsider this. Have you told Mother? I told her weeks ago when Father became ill. She's been aware. And Aaron, the prince, sort of, ducks his head a bit. All right, we'll make it work. Well, I marry us. All right, and you are guided out of the hall.
All right.
Having bared witness to some sort of drama. Who knows what that's about?
I love drama.
No! God. Oh, man.
All right. While you're walking, Aaron, he speaks to you, and as he's pushing through the street. As unfortunately, I've already given the speech once to describe my ambitions, but I love Primerus, this planet, and I believe there's more to it for us. I want to push past the great barriers. And I believe that we should do it as a unified world.
I couldn't agree more.
I'm glad to hear it. There are people among us, even in this lovely city, who don't care too much for the idea. Those who believe the barrier were protections given to us by the gods.
Sure. Trouble. You seem troubled. Your Highness. He's a prince, right?
Yes, he's
Your Highness.
the soon-to-be king's youngest brother.
Yeah. Sir, whatever. My liege.
I don't care to burden you with things unrelated to the guild, but my brother's making some questionable decisions. Granted, it's stuff based on over 50 years old tradition that perhaps doesn't matter anymore, but
Well,
it still thinks that way.
It's nice to break out a tradition nowadays. Room for
Hopefully
something
the world
new.
sees it that way.
Yeah.
You take a corner passing through the streets. Aaron, you're getting the idea that people like Aaron. Like he waves at people, they wave back, they say like, "Oh, Prince Aaron," he smiles at them. He knows people by name. He is a respected figure. But eventually you're led to a walled off large cathedral-esque building. This is it. We've renovated an old cathedral to my own.
Oh, it looks great. Does it really look great?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It seems that there's new glass windows. The glass was probably broken during the hatred towards Dragon. But he leads you inside, and eventually, people in the front door, the doors are pushed open as Aaron and a woman who will now explain what her character looks like enter the building.
You are looking at a 5'11" woman, as tall as hell. She is having blonde hair with really light blue eyes. Her hair is sort of like tattered and knotted a bit, so it's very kind of low kept. She's has a huge like marking across all over her left eye. And she has a bit of a scar underneath her right. She's wearing a big furry gray coat that kind of extends down and it covers all her arms to not show off her muscles. And the shirt or whatever kind of goes down all the way to her thighs, and where she's wearing like brown, really dark brown pants, leather pants with dark leather brown boots that go up to her knees. And you see in the back of her on the back of her you see a big gray axe, and to her right hand side she's holding like a club, but it's like wrapped in wire, and she just has it on her hilt. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Very tall woman.
Where's Nicole? Amelia? Where are the others?
Amelia waves, but then looks at the woman and just stares at her for a moment.
I think they're in their own dorms.
See. I had hoped to talk to them about a few things, but I also bring forth another guild member. One of the, Camberil, their king, has finally responded to my request. And she came forward with high recommendation.
Is the king... There's two kings in Camberil, isn't there?
Yes.
There is.
Well, we already have one from south, so she must be from north?
No. You have someone from Iridori, which is the mage school there, or the mage tower there.
Oh, okay, so we don't necessarily have anyone from a specific royalty. I see. Okay. I wonder how Cersei's going to respond to this.
Colin, how are things? He sits down at the table.
I look for an empty spot. I'll
There's
just
plenty of empty seats.
I'll sit right here.
It's been going well. Did everyone tell you about our new compatriot within the guild, Zeke?
I haven't heard anything about them. But like I said, you guys are free to invite anyone who you deem worthy to join.
I nod. I look over at the new compatriot. Do I see pointy ears?
Oh my cute.
My hair is covering my ears.
Oh,
No.
She's an elf. She's such an
No.
elf.
Her features
No,
seem
I just
her
my
features
hair's
seem
just
rounded
covering
and human. They're not as angular as elves are known to be.
What's Nicole's perception? Passive perception?
My passive perception?
Yeah.
Let's scroll over here to the passive perception card. It's
17.
17.
Yeah, it's actually
Oh,
higher
where
than
is it?
mine. Okay, yeah. If you don't see it, then I won't see it. Okay.
Well, if there's just nothing to see under that hair, that's how it is.
Mouth, go rough up her hair.
No.
How big is the table width? Is it like decently big or?
Yeah, it's decently big. Like you'd have to lean over to reach the other side.
Alright. I look over at Aaron.
He looks tired. You can tell like there's a slight bagginess under his eyes, and his hair is just a bit more disheveled than it normally is.
A rough couple of days for you, I'm guessing.
I don't even want to get into it, but my brother's making a series of terrible decisions. And not one of them is cutting us off. So, I'll let you
Do you
know
want
that.
me to grab everyone else for a conversation?
I don't think it of too much importance. I'm only, I suppose, letting out my grievances at the moment.
I'll put a hand on her shoulder. Feel free. It's a lot of tough times. And remember, the thing that you're doing is good for everyone else. You're a selfless man.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate your kind words. Speaking of things going on, selfless men, sure. I recently became aware one of the steps is being holding an auction. Normally this isn't too impressive, they do it quite frequently. But I'm told that at this auction, one of the groups of sellers, they were shipmen who somehow braved Rune Maros and were able to exit the island. They got something there, perhaps they made it to your order hall.
Nicole blinks, looks over. Can you repeat that?
Well, the group of shipmen, somehow they managed to get on to Rune Maros and basically steal these belongings, but unfortunately they're no one's at the moment. They're being sold at an auction happening on the steps soon. I heard it's at the end of the month. This is one of their big ticket items. People are hoping for magic weapons.
And does Roki know this?
I'm sure he'll be made aware.
I wonder what's his reaction to all this.
Perhaps you'll have the opportunity to be the one to tell him.
I hope dearly not to, but if need be.
Have you been told by Kenneth what's happening with Roki?
I've been told that we are no longer servicing Roki. His mission is completed.
At least for now.
Nicole nods. Do you know anything else about his eyes wander over to the lady?
You know, just enjoy. Is there food on the table?
Not currently. No.
Yeah, there is. There's fruit.
Damn, then I
There's fruit.
Over in front of
Oh, there's fruit,
the
then I
man
just-
over here and this woman. There's fruit. But it's not like a big it's not like a big bowl of fruit. It's several individual fruits placed out in front of him.
Oh, then I just.
You're currently Lairs is currently trying to bait you into doing something that's very faux pas right now.
Well, it's there. It technically is there.
No, there's several individual fruits placed in front of him.
And an apple core that's long
Yeah,
since yellowed.
There you go. I'll just reach over for the fruit that's there, and she's just eating it.
Well, there is no fruit over here.
Yeah, the fruit is
It's
in front of
only in the middle of the
Yeah,
table.
it's not. It is clearly not a meal presented for people. This is something that this guy has
so
brought.
protecting her.
Fuck me.
I'm protecting her because you're not. You're trying to describe the scene as something other than it is. You're trying to present the scene. There's just like a bowl of fruit there. When no, it's this guy has placed them in front of him. Using them.
I'm not technically wrong though.
Is using them to try and teach her. You do notice this girl here. This girl, she's not speaking to him, and he seems to be trying to help her understand what things are. She's not young either. Like, I mean, she's young, but she's not like a kid. She's like 15 plus. You know, she's already growth spurted.
Underage.
Yeah.
I look at this guy, and then I say, "Oh, hello, sir. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance."
Hello there.
I couldn't help but notice that you were helping out this young lady. Is she ill?
No, far from it. I'm just trying to help her learn to speak Primeran.
Oh, wonderful. Very useful language. Aha. And I just give the girl the thumbs up. I'm like looking at character and I just thumbs up.
This is a sort of new gesture.
A couple of
thumbs up.
She's seen it. I think Sidek's done it several times. Yeah, but she'll just wave back. Yeah.
Are you supposed to stealth or something?
Yeah, and I think the last time he thumbs upped her was at the manor when we broke in, and then when she like went to the door, and when he told her to go to the door, and he thumbs upped her. Then I think it was the last time it happened. Nonetheless, she waves to Aurora, and then turns her attention back to Dr. Solomon Kane.
Yes, please. It's Dr. Solomon Kane. Put some respect on the name.
I gave him it.
Back to Nicole and Prince Aaron. So, you guys are going to come to the coronation, right? The crowning of my brother.
What time is that again?
The evening. Right before
Today?
the sun sets. No, a few days from now. 3 days from now.
I will do our best to make sure everyone knows. I think everyone should be there.
I also was made aware that you met with the warden, and that it wasn't the most pleasant of meetings.
Oh, he's so insulted.
Yes. I was told by a resource of that the warden had led someone down there. That's his. How can I say? The things that he told us didn't seem to add up with the information that I gathered. Conflicting on both sides, but Nicole shrug. At the very end of the day, we got nothing really from it.
Not enough for me to move the guards on him, then.
Shakes his head.
Very
Well,
well.
solid evidence, but still something to be worried about.
I'll make sure to have someone stationed inside the prison. to keep an eye on things then.
Don't waste too much funds and stuff like that. But it's good to have extra hands in the ward. Well, near the ward, actually.
Nicole, I was wondering, if you were bound by duty and honor to do something you were perhaps maybe opposed to fundamentally, what would you do?
It is the side of two evils, if that's what you're coming at. To do something that you don't agree but are being told to, versus if you go against the things that you stood for, it really questions the point of, then what did you do times before? Is all the history you've made with this group worth the time of doing something that you're not agreeing to?
Alright, what if your order and another order were about to merge, and the only stipulation was that the leaders of the orders had to marry one another? But one of the leaders had decided that they had fallen in love with someone else and would jeopardize this whole merging potential peace.
That brings a different question. For me, it's always upon the greater good. Maybe happiness may not be first seen, but you never know what happens down the line. Maybe this marrying force between one another, there's always good things and bad things. There's always a chance that things don't work out, but the merge between one another still continue.
So despite them not getting married, perhaps things could still work out. Yeah, that's what I've heard. But would you push for them to go through with it, if you knew it was for the betterment of everything that you were aware of?
Yes. If it helps many more versus hurts one another, I would go for the arranged marriage.
He sort of looks up towards the ceiling. Do you know where Kenneth is?
When I got here, I didn't see him. Most people were gone when I came back, so I don't really know.
I'm gonna head post to the rooms and see if I can't find him.
Wish you the best of luck.
Alright, he heads up the stairs. Alright. Meanwhile, Thrak. Are you letting him just take it down now? Is there no more physical bullying? Dear Thrak. Muscular Thrak.
He died.
Thrak
Chiseled
attack.
Thrak.
A wall of meat Thrak. Alright, he's dead.
Yep.
The Thrak known as Shaq.
He
All right,
accidentally
then-
squatted too much and he broke his back and he's just on the ground convulsing.
Broken back Thrak. The deadly crack Thrak.
Oh man. This is just gonna keep
He
going.
he has no tag.
Up in the
Oh,
shack.
you're there.
What am
you're
I
there
doing?
now.
I'm here.
I asked if you were letting Zeke copy the spell down without bullying him.
Oh yeah, after he did a one rep,
All right.
2 reps, 3 reps.
After you forced the 5 reps out of him.
Good. Okay, good.
All right.
So you
good.
did 5? Wow.
Yes. You know he's going to be spending a long time doing this. 4 hours. What do you want to do during that time? The room is fairly quiet.
So I'm gonna be looking through my familiar at what he's doing to teach.
All right, you can see your familiar has
I'm gonna-
stolen a small sum of fruit parts.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to sabotage some of it.
Oh my god.
Through mouth.
The familiar, when Solomon Kane is actually looking away for brief moments, will switch around the pieces, but not the words in front of them. So that Apple now has a pair in front of it instead. But perhaps Amelia's watched long enough.
Well, no, I'm gonna make it look like she's learning. So like, I'll actually have mouth arrange it into the word that he's looking for as he's looking away. So he thinks he's making progress.
He's trying to get her to speak, but it's
No, wasn't he trying to make her spell out words or no? What's the point of that there's letters? Why?
So he has the object, and he also has the word written down.
He doesn't have like little blocks or something where he's trying to like arrange it.
No.
Okay.
And when he puts it down, he says the word with both the physical object and the spelling of it present.
Okay. So all right. Well then,
you can fuck with it by just moving the words away from the fruit that they're in front of, but. Amelia has a very high passive perception, and maybe has already learned them at this point. Because she is smarter than she lets on, because she can't let on.
Okay.
Pretty
Can only let on
smart
like
cookie.
a dumbass.
Fine. Then Mouth will try desperately to screw shit up, but he can't because he's
Stealing
too
the
dumb.
fruit.
Yeah. He'll just eat some of the fruits occasionally.
Just
to
eating
piss
them
him off.
all away.
Yeah. But that's all I do for 4 hours because this kid is...
From like 30 feet away, the monkey's not doing what you want it to do, and you're like, no, grab the orange, you stupid monkey!
Well, that's going great.
It's the monk and the monkey is doing work.
So, Doc, going up to your room during that introduction and all of that, you were tending to your assassin's nettle like a little freak, and you've already squeezed out your sailor's leg poison, right? Oh no, so Doc now, everyone's leaving.
Yes,
I'm
Sadak is here.
All right. You in your room, you're tending to your flower, you've squeezed out your sailor's legs poison.
Yes,
Terribly.
excellent.
Might I add.
I go and water my assassin's nettle and make sure and trim it up a bit, make sure it's nice and neat
Shiny.
before putting it back into the shadows.
It
And
grows in the darkness.
yes.
Perhaps a fertilizer of some sort would help it. Maybe if you revisited that Furbolg, she could help you grow it.
Mayhaps, or she has new stock for me.
More potent box, maybe.
Oh,
But it doesn't take very long to tend to it. And you would hear a knocking at the door, and Cersei sees them be having a conversation. The voice is familiar. It sounds like Prince Aran is actually in the building now.
Oh well, if it's the prince, of course. I've got to leave my room. I can't be cooped up here like some sort of freak who dwells in the darkness and assassinates people. I'm gonna leave my room.
You don't do that.
Yeah. I make sure everything's put away tidy in the room, and I exit and brutally interrupt the conversation. No, I wait.
Yeah, he's just asking Cersei, like, "Oh, have you seen Kenneth?" And she's like, "Oh, yes, he was here, but a moment ago, and then he walked away, and then I think I heard him come back and complain. So he's somewhere about their property." And he looks down the hall and he sees you and he goes, "Sadak, have you seen Kenneth around here?"
Did I hear them earlier go into the room, or were they already in there?
Hell, they were probably already in there, but you would have noticed the squatting situation with Zeke, which maybe allowed you to see Kenneth in there. It's probably highly probable.
It's highly probable. I would say to Prince Aran, it's highly probable that Kenneth would be in that room over there, and he'd point across the way to the room
Down
behind
the
Nicole.
hall, and past the front door, and out into the room. Thank you. Right.
Well, excuse me, Prince. Who is that one there? And he'd point to the woman sitting at the table.
The giant lady.
Yeah.
And 5'11" being giant is silly. All right?
That's
We have,
not that
we have a
tall.
7'3" orc or something.
We do have.
Yeah,
We have a-
he's 7'3". You got it right.
You're 7'3"?
Yeah, he's an
I'm an
orc.
He's a full.
Holy
He's not half
fuck.
orc. He's a full blood orc. So
Oh my god, that's a wizard?
Yes.
he's got like 16 strength.
Why
too.
do you say it like
Yeah,
that?
you can't say orcs can't be wizards.
Why would you say it like that?
You want to be.
Well,
You can be whatever you want to be, sweetheart. It's okay.
Just because? See?
Are
So,
they a
While
new-
you point her out, he goes, "Oh yes, that was the king, Ares from Camberil. He, I guess after what's been done, or perhaps late to my notice, he sent forward someone on their behalf. I've heard she's a powerful warrior.
Hmm.
She's done some good for them in the past, apparently.
Well,
Her name is Aurora.
Aurora.
That.
Well,
Go first.
I hope.
Killed
that,
8 gophers. The kingdom was going to sink if these things kept digging holes on them.
yeah.
the savior of the kingdom.
I am their folk hero.
The
Yes,
Gopher Slayer.
Another potent warrior won't go amiss in our ranks. That's good. That's good. Any
Oh, yeah.
news that we need to know about?
It seems, from what I've garnered from the call, that you've been told of most things happening. Kenneth has done a
Yes.
good job keeping people up to date.
Yes. Have you been told about? Well, I take it you've already known about the incident with Roki.
Yes, I was made aware.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm glad. We're still getting paid, which is good, but if Roki were to be killed in our streets due to a failed attempt on his behalf, it would look terrible for Primera.
That it would. Have any of the families? Oh, I'm sorry. Any of the princesses come into town yet? I saw Melisandre has arrived, but any others?
He makes like a tired expression, like his shoulders slump a bit, and he reaches up and pinches his nose. As far as I'm aware, the Hind Drakes are in town. My distant cousins, the Elithorns, are in town. Melisandre's in town, and I think one of the Sorrow family arrived with Aurora.
I see. You wouldn't happen to know where the Elithorns would be staying, would you?
I believe they're with my mother.
In the keep?
Yes.
I see. Well, you had need to go speak with Kenneth, yes?
Yes, I get to that. He motions he downstairs, head of the room. I'm going to need just but a minute.
So
Alright,
he's buttering for a minute, guys. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Break time.
So Aurora. As you're sitting here, you see more and more people seem to pile in.
And I just say things like, "Nice to meet you." You know, I'm Aurora.
At this time of day, at this time of year,
Oh.
located exclusively
Oh.
our guild hall.
Oh, yes, the table's. You sit next to me, sure. You know.
Of all of these figures, the most bizarre would be an insectoid person who would come out and move all the way over here
All right,
to the
you
other
stay
side
with-
of the table.
I look in disgust.
what?
Oh, disgust!
Gareth is such a good guy. Wow.
Hey, bugs are so
No, move him over here. Move him right next to her. Move him right next to her. Come on.
Jeremy does not want to be next to people.
There you go. You
His mandibles clatter a bit.
Poor Jeremy, hated by the masses.
I love that bug man. He's
And
cool.
finally, the front doors open. As if a hooded figure, covered in what appears to be rain as it started to pour outside, pushes his way inside. A dour sort of energy to him. The whole room seems to be darker upon his entrance until he lifts his hood back. A normal human with long brown hair who looks up at the table and goes, "Oh, there's a lot of new faces here." And then he takes his seat right here.
Sure.
Do you count 2 as a lot?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I guess so.
I'm not used to one at a time, really.
Well, then the meeting of the guild's founding must have been a real shock.
I cannot begin to express how much of a culture shock that all was.
Now look at you. Arriving in the rain into a warm guild hall.
Are you like yelling at him from over here?
Yes. They're talking loudly down the table.
Oh! There's a lot of people for you.
Yes, it is. He yells back in a tired voice.
Would you like some of the fruit from over here?
I'm okay, thank you.
Would you mind, Solomon?
Oh, I think my lesson is almost done. If you'd like, you can help yourself to the fruit.
What a good guy.
I'll take an orange. Start peeling it.
All right.
Oh.
Solomon looks to Amelia and then motions his hand to the orange. Before her is many different words that he's said. What does Amelia do? Does she point to the word that has always corresponded with it, or does she try and speak? What does she do?
Let's let the dice decide. And I know what I'd want, but all right. It's gonna be a high roll. We're gonna add intelligence to this. It's a +5.
Now points to Apple.
And it's an 8. That's not That's middling. Should probably get like, you know, if there's like 10 options, you'll probably get 6 of them right. Maybe 5 of them right.
Does she point to orange when he motioned his hand to what was taken?
I think she points. Orange is probably one of the later ones that he was instructing, so she probably gets it wrong.
Points to Sadak. Like, yes, that's him.
There it is.
Oh, it's delicious.
Meanwhile, Thrak in the room. Yes.
Thrak ducks underneath the door and comes through. Is the child done learning writing?
He seems to be getting ready to put his stuff away. It is rather late, you see.
He's been writing for 4 hours. Holy crap!
No, you meant Zeke. No, I thought you meant the child learning as in Amelia. No, Zeke is in the middle of it. You'd have to leave your tablet with him.
You really need to learn how to learn quicker, son.
I really wish you would teach me.
I'm not a teacher, but I'm going to act like it right now as I go into this next room.
Okay, man, if I go away.
I really need you to say that you've completed your learning.
What if they ask me to manifest it?
Just say I'll turn off the lights and you
Thank
just
you
say
everyone
you can
for
see
having
perfectly.
We'll
What?
continue our studies whenever you're available. And yeah, Solomon's getting ready to leave.
Oh, no!
He opens the door and he exits.
Goodbye.
I run out of the room.
Solomon's already gone by the time you exit.
He like hits his head on the ceiling.
Yeah.
He just
Fine. Just take your time in there then. What the hell's going on out here? Why are there so many people?
As Nicole would stand up and make his way over to the new person in town, making his way, walking over to her. Just a little bit of description for you, sweet. Nicole is standing at I'm pretty sure it was like 5'7", so normal height. Longish white hair, as if it was aged. But he does look young, with his kind of like a lighter coal type of color skin. Similar to you, there is a giant scar on his left eye that cuts down, that would, as if it looks like it was a cut mark directly from his left arm.
No, you're definitely not. No, he's an elf, and he's a drow, and you're a human.
But we can have the same cut.
He is wearing leather armor. It seems to be very well kept, as there's a emblem on the right side of his leather armor. As he walks on over, he extends out his hand.
I shake his hand.
Draw.
Aurora. Yeah, and I give him a firm handshake, a really strong one. You know what I mean? Really strong.
If you don't mind me asking, what race are you?
Oh, it's asked.
Oh, I'm a human.
He stands up and walks away.
Wipes off his hand.
Oh.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
I don't let go of his grip. I do not let go of his grip. I keep him there.
Oh.
And it's like,
It burns.
You don't mind unhanding me. You're making my hand dirty.
I keep shaking it, and I say, and I say, I see his pointy ears. Right? Your pointy ears are like out.
I'm charcoal colored.
He has gray skin and white hair. He's very clearly a drow elf.
And I keep shaking his hand, and I'm like, oh, an elf.
Drow.
I've met a lot in my time. Quite lovely people. And I cock my eyebrow a bit.
Drow. Not an elf. Well, technically part of an elf, but mostly drow.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
You can let go of me now.
Please.
Hopefully I will see you in combat.
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
Good day.
Do you have any weapons on you?
You would see a shield that is placed upon his back, and then a mace on his left hip.
I kind of like chuckle at the shield. I'm just like, shields.
I walk over and sit next to Jeremy.
I'll sit in front of the prince.
All right. Have we discussed what we're... Frederick, looks around the room like, do I say it in front of... Who is this new person, by the way?
Oh. My name's Aurora. Aurora Greyborn. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Likewise, I'm Frederick. To my left, that's Kenneth. I'm sure you're aware of the prince. To his left, that's Anais. Standing in the doorway behind her, looming like a dark figure, that's Thrak. And
Oh my.
to their combined left, that young woman is named Amelia. To her left, Sadak. And at the very far end of the table, that's Jeremy.
Ugh.
You've been well acquainted with the man sitting beside him. The creature on the table, currently drenched in fruit juices, mouth. And up on the banister is Cersei.
Oh. She really up on the banister? Damn.
There's a second floor that overlooks
Oh,
this area.
gotcha.
And she's leaning on it. She looks tired.
Oh.
You're gonna be joining us. You're gonna be staring. down at all of us.
I mean, I could calm down. I just is it really important?
I think it might be our next steps on what we're doing next.
Oh, all right, sure. She finds her way down and plops down right here. So, what we're doing next? The sewers?
I believe that was something that we were going to look into before the days of the inauguration.
We also got more news, so let's see what happens here.
Right.
Look at all that bricks.
Could you explain exactly what this is? In its entirety? The prince has not been informed of the plan. He wants to know what's going on.
Yeah. Alright. So, we received word from some individuals here who went into the sewers and learned that there has been some covert movements by some individuals, and it could have something to do with what's been going on, though we're not sure. And so we were going to go look into it with more people prior to the events of the inauguration. Also, on the day of the inauguration, I don't know, well, we haven't been informed obviously about what the gods or plans are for the event, but we went and took a look at the courtyard and the surrounding area and made some decisions about where would be best to look and perch ourselves so we can get a good view of the area. Though we all came to a pretty similar conclusion that it also would be very effective if somebody wanted to use the inauguration as a farce to attack somewhere else, like say the prison, or if they were trying to go after the horn. And so
I see.
So we were trying to come to a conclusion if we should spread ourselves amongst the city, try and cover the most area and watch where we can, or if we want to focus in on just the inauguration.
Both have their merits. As far as I'm aware, though, there hasn't been a sighting of the Inquisitor since that day with the masquerade.
Right.
If only we had someone who could find out his moves. The inauguration is going to have nearly every lord and lady of Primerus at it. A few of the kings and queens. Emperor Zamir is even making an appearance.
Oh,
Oh.
I take it then there will be anti-mage presence in the area at the time?
He looks towards Anais. The Heindrake sent forward their two youngest daughters. I'm not aware if they've brought any anti-mage with them. The mage that oversees most of my family's dealings, Pointcaster, he's capable enough.
Did you say Pointcaster?
Yes,
Pointcaster or Dexter?
Caster.
He's a what?
He's the royal mage. He sort of does most of the magic needed for my family.
His son is a scoundrel.
That might be so.
Ooh.
But my father considered me a rather scoundrel person.
This man steals from younger students.
Alright, well that's a bit worse.
Mm-hmm.
Considering how well off his family is.
Quite odd, don't you think?
Oh. Have his
I may have
father
bruised his
informed.
arm.
That's not good, Thrak. I can
Made
get
an
you out of
enemy
a
of
lot
them.
of things, but don't assault a child.
Wasn't assault, really. More of a detainment. Anybody gonna eat that apple?
No, here you go, Threk. I'll throw it to you.
Thank you.
Peel
Brent.
another orange.
Prince, I'll hold myself back from trying to play police in your city.
Oh, you're free to do so, just try not to injure them. Right.
I just saw somebody bullying somebody and it kind of overwashed me with emotion.
So, if they're not attacking my brother's coronation, is there anything else you guys have in mind that they might be getting?
I don't know what's important in this city other than coronation of the king. Is there anything that's either locked down that normally would have security there that's being pulled from? You can help us on that.
Top of my head, I could assume maybe they would try and sabotage one of the boats at the dock that would be carrying royalty.
That's a good one.
Perhaps they're looking for the horn.
We thought of
was-
that.
Over about a week, half ago now, that was what he was after.
Do you have any information about those in the prison? Seems like sewers reach into the prison.
Well, there's
Any-
a system under there, but there's a large number of thinner pipes between there and the actual main sewers. Someone couldn't just walk through it. They'd have to be able to transform or something.
Oh, shit.
Do you think the rats are druids? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know what the rats... I heard they're quite big down there.
Yeah.
But all I was saying is the Inquisitor, if he was planning something there, he would have to... Him and everyone with him would have to be able to transform. There wouldn't be any getting out.
Huh. Who's the Dragonborn in the bottom of the prison, if you don't mind us asking?
Oh, you've heard of Terrellian?
He's named? Oh, shit! He was immediately named! Oh, shit! That's the flag, boys!
Terrellian?
Yes, he was once a great paladin for Male. He was one of the few people capable of resurrection.
Oh.
How much of a danger is he to this kingdom if he is broken free?
Well, depend on his intention, I suppose, but anyone with the capability of resurrecting those who have been dead could
What was
pose
his
a threat.
intention before he was arrested?
When we caught him, he was trying to resurrect a dragon.
There you
Gideon
go.
the Gold. One of
Gideon the Gold.
Yes, one of the golden dragons that oversaw most of southern Primera.
Golden dragons? I mean, would we know that... Can I make a history check or something about golden dragons? Are they good, evil?
Yeah, sure. You can definitely roll a history. It is fairly common knowledge that when Mael died, regardless of their color, most of them went insane. There's there's a few that didn't, and one of them is the Platinum Dragon on Cambril. That's one of the famous ones that didn't go in.
Alright, for a history, it's just a 15, so...
Gideon the Gold is rather important to your people in particular, because in southern Primera, he was the one who would sit atop the mountain range back there. The God Barrier mountain range, Gideon the Gold made his nest up there. He was a noble dragon, really great guy, protected the realm, and then went mad with power, and was inevitably slain by another dragon.
When the horn got blown.
Yes.
So he went insane first, though.
Yeah.
What's the
He
during
went
Male's fall? He went insane.
Yes,
Wow.
during Mael's fall, he betrayed the people there and tried to overthrow
Just
them.
making sure he wasn't slain before he went insane.
No. We caught him amongst the bones, attempting some greater ritual. involving the sacrifice of nearly 15 people.
I'm like a crazy man.
Okay.
Though he has no connection to the Inquisitor, and as far as the history tells, the Inquisitor stood against the dragons.
How do you spell his name?
Terrellian?
That's it. T-E-R-E or
Torellian.
Tor? Okay. And the dragon's name one more time?
Gideon the Gold.
Gideon.
Perhaps he could be attempting to use him simply for resurrection. Few in the world capable of it.
Well, he's one of our suspects of secondary notice. Horn, dragon, ships. What kind of ships do you have at the docks right now?
Well, there's ships from all over. And a lot of these royals arrive by ship. Just docked a few 100 yards out by the shoreline. Find some of their bigger vessels, the galleons.
You know, it wouldn't be that far off that they might try something like that to maybe fire the ships to keep everybody in one place for a longer period of time.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah. What do you think, Siddiq?
We don't have enough people.
How many can you muster as far as guards, Prince?
For the day of the coronation, not many. I could maybe deploy 20 to an area.
Perhaps 20 at the docks would be nice.
Manageable.
We'll have to either take a chance and assume that nothing will happen at the coronation, or split ourselves up.
DM, how King's Hold is it's pretty big, but
It's big.
older cities aren't like. Well, no, they're pretty. Let me see this. If I were to have somebody in the center of King's Hold, to the outskirts of King's Hold, would I be able to speak with them via my telepathy?
It's only a mile, right?
Yes.
No.
That is quite the distance. All right. Well, unfortunately, my special talents are allowing me to speak with you individuals wouldn't work over the long distance of King's Hold, so there's that idea out of the water. I do think, all things considered, the two biggest things that we can impact would be guarding the prison and guarding the inauguration. Given that we can't know, or, well, for the safety of it, shouldn't know the position of the horn, and if we can send guards to guard the dock, if we split our forces, half at the inauguration and half at the prison, and we try and keep a communication between the two of us, I think that would be the best bet, in my opinion.
Prince.
Solid plan.
Sound plan. Yeah.
Prince,
Yes.
how much do you know? How much do you know of the new warden?
Of Marcus? I've heard of his tales. I don't know him too well.
How long has he been in the city?
Within King's Hold or within Primera? He's
Either or.
Primeran citizen, but he doesn't spend too much time in King's Hold. He's only been here for a few weeks.
It's just the timing of all this. The warden, the replacement.
Well, the previous one's death was at the hands of the Inquisitor's henchmen.
Maybe perhaps the placement of a puppet is warning something.
It could be, but the other one was killed while accepting a bribe by the criminals at question working.
True.
But it's not a possibility I'm willing to overlook. Like I said, I'll see if I'll station a man inside the prison walls. Someone to keep an eye on him.
So we need to focus ourselves on the sewers.
Is that something you're intending to do?
Well,
I think
something we could definitely do in the interim while we're waiting for the day of the inauguration.
If you'd like, you can head up to the keep. That badge I gave you will let you go right through. Guards shouldn't give you too much hassle. And you can start from the sewers there.
Well, I was gonna head that way anyway, so that would be a good thing to do.
Very well.
Though, probably not tonight. I'm sure a lot of us would like a good rest after the events of that transpired. Oh! I don't know if you've been informed yet, Prince. We have managed to uncover a... what are they called again? A mage vault?
Arcane Vault.
Anyone?
I can't say that. Someone else, please.
Ah, right, an arcane vault.
Oh. I've heard of these. Any powerful artifacts from old?
Nothing like that, of course. Some spells,
some magic's supposedly ancient.
and we managed to have an interaction with a shade of Roman. It was quite interesting.
I'm not entirely familiar with Roman. But an arcane vault, then objects of legend. Impressive.
It is
Wasn't difficult.
Our new member Zeke is going to be our prime searcher of the vaults. It's our unofficial title for him.
I think it's a good.
He's in the
task for
back
him.
trying to copy a spell into his book for the past 3 hours.
Oh,
It's only been like 2.
Shut up and keep writing.
you're doing good in there, Zeke.
Right.
But
Good.
we can return to that at any time. Though I believe the shade of Roman is to be gone by now. But the spells that are there should still be there.
If you were able to make some sort of map that pointed out a good chunk of these, you could sell that for a hefty coin to any one of the mage colleges.
Oh, I have no interest in doing that, though. That does sound like a good way to make some coin.
Kenneth cringes.
Kenneth.
Yeah.
Oh.
Speaking of Kenneth, would you be interested in making a little side coin?
Oh.
I need someone to water my plants if I'm not at the guild hall. I'll pay you in gold.
Fine.
Alright, we can go over the details of it later. I appreciate it.
You're giving the man a green thumb.
Yeah. Kenneth Green Thumb, that's his title now.
Excellent.
Aw.
Needs something to get his mind off of his current failings, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He needs something to have confidence about.
I'm leaving out the part where these are like viciously poisonous and toxic.
Oh, he'll learn, like Mouth did. He'll learn very soon.
So, I know it's a few days away, but have we given thought as to which people will be watching which event? I mean, as to how we are to split up?
Well, I know what your preference is, Cersei, and where you would like to be.
I just think that a powerful Arcanist should probably be there to guard Roki or any of the other one.
Okay.
Very interesting you jumped to that name first.
You have an infatuation with Roki.
No.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
You know, I'm not even gonna roll. That's just a lie. We know.
Insight check. Okay. Is it -1? Jesus, I'm 10.
10?
Wisdom is terrible.
She's a liar. A filthy liar. Her cheeks emboldened with the blush of deceit.
It's fine if you do.
I mean, it really doesn't mean too much to me. I'm willing to guard the prison if that's where I need to be.
No, it's fine. You can
Okay,
be
then
at
I'll be at the
coronation.
I'll be at the
Yes.
coronation then. Settled.
Okay, we could also. Jeremy probably wants to be at the coronation.
I
Think-
would very much like to be with Aurora.
That's right. And Anais, of course, is probably really nice to be there for an anti-mage.
I was thinking I would head to the docks with the other guard. I've garnered enough of a reputation with them, and on the off chance that a good sum of them are paid off, I would like to be there.
That's fine. We could put Kenneth in your place. Kenneth, you could go.
I was going to be there regardless.
That's right. I
I'm
think
not a fighter.
Frederick could be there to heal you in case anything happens. That'll be
If
fine.
you think my talent for healing would be best left with the nobles, then so be it.
That's right. I think the rest
Is there
of
any
us...
other non-party member? Well, what about Zeke?
Yeah,
what
what
about
about
Zeke gonna do?
Zeke had enough battle for today. He was down in the fight pits, so he's going to rest.
Yes.
Meanwhile, it's
learn.
Jeremy is the one that actually did the fighting and has blood still on
Yeah.
his hands.
And a
Yeah.
broken healed carapace.
Yeah, I got
Healed Carapace.
So
Uh,
that settles it. And
What about
how about-
our newest
how about-
member?
oh yeah, I almost forgot you. You're
We
so
don't know
small.
her skills. So small, you had to. Here she was all proud. I'm 5'11",
She's
tall
a
woman.
big
Almost a
woman.
I am taller than most of the party here.
don't-
no, not true. Actually, you're Sidak's like
Well, let's
6,
see.
right?
He's taller
you're like-
than Jeremy, Cersei. Frederick, I think, is the same height as her.
5'11".
Yeah.
Sidek's like 5'10".
Oh,
All right, so
Yeah.
I think
You're
she's
short.
taller than half. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Kenneth-
bring to the party?
Kenneth towers over her at mighty 6'1".
What are your
wow.
abilities, Aurora?
I can swing my axe really well.
Yes, I do see you are quite toned. You do
Perhaps
have
you two
great
should have a
muscles.
test of skill as the new strong member against the old strong member.
Aron, please.
Who's the
Step
old
aside for a
strong
moment.
member? Who is he? Who is he
the
standing
wo-
next to?
Cersei was speaking to Thrak during that conversation, that little remark.
Aron, if you'd step aside for a second, we can settle.
Yes, of course. He moves away.
I toss my cloak behind me and reveal giant rippling muscles. And I put my hand on the table as an invitation for a arm wrestle.
I accept, and I put my hand out.
And in before enlarge and
But I,
rage
like,
gets
I-
used.
I just
I begin to rage.
One level in barbarian.
I just clasp his hand and I say, "Let me just say this, Thorak. No hard feelings, right? If you good."
None, of course.
As this is going down, Nicole will get up and walk over to see Zeke, but before he goes in, I touch Thresh's shoulder. As I look back at
Giving
Zeke,
him
I would like to cast guidance on him.
A simple prayer, no cheating. A simple. May,
Do I
may,
see magic happening?
I don't need it.
may,
and mouth like jumps on her head, getting ready to like tug her ear to ruin her.
Do I
focus.
see magic being cast?
I think guidance would have an effect to it, right?
Yeah, it has. It's got a
Yes.
component cost. Yeah,
I look at him and I say,
it's too late. You already did it.
As I touch his shoulder, I'm looking back at Zeke, so you do not see my face.
oh, I don't see you.
It
hear
has
me
a
muttering.
vocal and a
Can I-
somatic component, so he does have to gesture beyond just like a touch. You actually need to do something that's more like magic-y and vocalization.
So
I
a touch on his shoulder, my hand and my body turn towards Zeke.
Right, so you're trying to say it behind your back, so she can't see your front where you're actually doing the gesture for it, but you do have to vocalize. So
Yeah.
Do I hear magic?
yeah, you have to. The spell by default, he's
I
casting
hear
a
it.
spell.
And I say, hey now, and I just like move over to the side to catch a glimpse on Nicole.
What?
No care in the world from Nicole.
No
Doesn't-
care in the world.
He doesn't care, he just goes inside.
See a
Okay, I
callous
don't-
hand,
I don't
just
need
very withered hand, like just very rough, and for a wizard. I mean,
Of course.
I'm not necessarily a wizard.
Well, she doesn't know you're a wizard yet either, so just like we didn't know that she's
I don't
a
know what
barbarian.
you-
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know
I'm
what you
wearing
are.
robes, so I mean, like, I'm.
Yeah, you could be
clearly.
a barbarian that wears robes, my
I have a
man.
hat. I do have a wizard
Hasbro.
hat, and
You're
Sure.
just a cloth-bearing barbarian.
yeah, just
no
talk-
hard feelings, Thorak.
Yeah, no problem.
I could
I'll
show
try
you.
not to smash your arm through the table.
All right, both of you,
I'll make sure you get defeated by a girl.
both of you lovely people, roll in athletics.
You see, the fact that you even had to mention that it was by a girl shows that sexism is
Do I
very
have to
much
roll with
alive
that
still.
bandage?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Oh!
There's no point! There's
Don't forget
23.
the guidance.
23.
Get that
You-
plus
you-
4.
You have a higher strength mod. You could roll an 18 and still match
I
it.
rolled a 23. It's a 23.
But get your D4. Add your D4.
Oh,
I'm not gonna accept the guidance.
He declined the guidance.
oh,
You can use it.
There's no way.
I mean, I'll roll it, but I'm not gonna use it.
Well, so sweet. You
Alright.
can use rage to get advantage on your roll.
I'm gonna rage.
All right.
Really?
So then you
Oh my gosh.
get, Ooh, plus 4. He's got a 27. Oh, she can't
He's
win.
not doing it.
Let's see.
No. A contest of strength. Thrax's arm unmovable in this moment.
Can't-
It seems.
You just hear grunts from
I
Aurora,
smile.
like as if she's taking like a dump. Just.
It's still a lot of effort, Thrax. It's not just a
I know.
simple hold.
No, sweat.
Your arm's shaking, and if you didn't put your full effort into trying to push the other direction, your arm would go back. So it is moving down towards your end of the
Can
table.
I try again? Can I try to get to like bring it back to the
It's
middle?
gonna be a multiple contest, right?
Do you want it to be? 'Cause
No, it
it
should've
wasn't.
been more
Yeah,
than
it is.
What a
Good.
done! What a done! Just embarrass her! Embarrass her!
Inferior.
3. I just got here, banana. 2 out of 3.
All right, 2 out of 3. Let's go.
All
Yeah.
right, Bananas agreed to it. Then
He still
so-
has. He didn't use guidance last time. He can use it this time if he wants.
All right, let's see them rolls.
Natural 1.
Oh
All
my
right,
god, it's that time.
it's moving back the other direction. She grits her teeth, stamps her leg down, and pushes hard.
Last
Oh.
roll. Let's make it the best roll, banana.
How much
Last
do
roll.
you bench?
The wood of the table buckling underneath them. All right, go ahead and do the last roll.
Last roll.
This is the
Okay.
one with guidance.
Okay, how
Yeah!
Plus-
You do realize you have advantage. You're supposed to roll twice and take the.
She's not raging.
Oh, she didn't actually rage. Oh,
No.
okay.
All right, with the guidance
11.
too.
I did a 6 plus 3, so
And a
9.
guidance. And guidance. You could get
No,
it.
that's with the
no,
guidance.
that's with the guidance.
11, because I have a plus 8.
Oh,
Oh my
all right.
God.
well, that beats me.
Hey,
God
with-
damn it,
with a-
Thrak. What are you doing?
I'm not gonna beat a barbarian in arm wrestling. Are
You
kidding
were
me?
beating. What did you do?
Oh, please! Can't give somebody that.
Roar! And I just. when
I will.
I slam his arm down.
You break his little twig arm and he dies. No, all right. You kill him in all your glory. You're so happy.
I'm so happy. I put him down and I keep him pinned and I say, well played.
Amelia startles awake. She fell asleep with all the discussion, and then the slamming of the hand on the table has startled her awake, and now she seems very confused.
Well, all right. Yeah, you could prove useful.
Yeah, I'm very strong. I kiss my muscles.
Oh,
Right.
God. Cringe.
I got them guns.
They're nice.
Thank you. You're very good.
Yes.
You're very good. You're very good.
Zeke
Strong,
in there
strong,
did 4 reps of squatting 50 pounds, so he's working on his as well. Zeke!
What?
Are you almost done in there?
Not for another hour and a half.
You helping somebody? You training somebody?
Yeah. I'm kind of a physical/mental trainer.
Oh, good for you. You gotta keep a strong mind.
All right.
Yeah.
Why did we even have to hire someone to teach Amelia then?
I don't know, actually.
She had spent over a week with you and you had not taught her a single word. I thought you were a teacher.
She's yawning.
Amelia.
She looks over to you.
Can you say orange?
She points towards the orange scraps of where Sidek was eating an orange, I believe.
Fuck.
At least she understands the word what orange is.
Oh, shit, that Solomon actually did teach something.
She made some improvement.
Okay.
Did she not know what a chair was? Is she
No,
The first time we ran into her, she seemed incapable of speech entirely and new to the outside world, I guess. Though she's gotten a hold of things far quicker than any normal person would.
Oh.
That's right.
I mean, when you're around all of us, I just look at everybody and I'm like, child picks up pretty quickly.
Huh.
Yes, she's been made into a fine instrument of war.
Oh, I give her another thumbs up.
You do notice that the dour man who said that seemed even sadder when he when he worded it that way, as if this is not what he wants for this child.
Oh, then I give her a thumbs down. Oh.
She's not even looking at you. She's got mouth in her hands and she's just kind of like puppeting him like a doll.
And she has a mouth in her hand?
No, the monkey's this familiar. This is Frax familiar.
Mouth!
Its name is Mouth. Now, this art is deceiving. So it's kind of a symbiont, but every time it's died and resurrected and revived as a familiar by Thrak, it's kept a new attribute. So this thing's got mutated bat wings out of its back. Its legs are more like its lower legs are like frog legs. They kind of bend inwards and backwards. And it's becoming this hideous chimera. But for
hideous.
It's hideous. Who are you lying? And despite that,
hideous.
Despite that, Amelia seems
perfect.
Amelia
It
does
can't
not seem
compete
repulsed.
with Boo Bear.
No, definitely not. Boo Bear's been the delight, and Mr. Whiskers is ahead of Mouth now too.
Oh.
After that display, since we are going to have Jeremy with us, who is the previous strongest, perhaps you should take Aurora?
Yeah, that'll
Do
be
we
fine.
have to?
No, she can come.
You racist son.
Listen, you gotta expand yourself a little bit, Nicole. You seclude yourself away from everybody else. What's your problem?
I literally point over at the rogue of the group.
Uh-huh.
Why are you pointing at me for?
What? I'm just
She's the
saying
one
that
that's
I've
always
noticed you have a little bit of a rough spot for some of our fellows.
Aaron kind of taps his gauntleted hand on the table and goes, perhaps that's because all of his people have died in the past 9 months.
A lot of people have died.
He lost literally everyone. Can't imagine what he's going through.
Oh. Sorry there. The call.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Sure.
And,
Nicole, you
do
gotta get over it.
I love
Right.
that. I love him.
Suddenly racist towards orcs more than humans.
I can't live in the past. Gotta look to the
Of course
future.
not. Exactly.
Living stampede propaganda.
Join the stampede.
I just
Become more than you are.
I just had a flash.
Find your inner self. You're chiseled. Look at the slab.
Let loose the beast.
I literally had a flashback of
You're nothing more than a chunk of marble. Waiting to find the inner perfection. Okay.
Right.
Alright.
Yep.
Listen, Nicole. We're gonna be working together. Do you trust us?
Wasn't that the one that brought the Vish back to life multiple times? Didn't I raise you from the dead?
Yeah, of course, but there's a difference between complying and actually trusting. Do you trust us?
Some of you.
Why don't you trust some of us?
Personal reasons.
We're gonna need 100% trust if we're gonna be going on to these missions.
I have a duty. And so far, all of you are still alive.
I suppose that's good enough for now, then.
Right. Well, is there anything further to discuss?
Should I inform the guards that you'll be in the sewers, or do you want to do this completely?
No,
With
don't inform
anonymity.
anybody. Don't inform anybody. The less that know, the better.
Understood. I'll make an opening for you then. When you arrive at the keep, I'll make sure the guards create a path that they'll be unaware of as to reasons why, but it'll allow you to get to the sewers there.
Yes, we can schedule it for tomorrow then.
That's when you want to do it. It has to be done at night, remember?
I think tomorrow sounds good. Yes, everyone? Or do we want to do it tonight?
I have a sudden fear for Anais' life.
What? Wife from
I don't know. I'm having some sort of a...
Anyways, I didn't intend to go down with you since I wouldn't be able to see.
Just hope that you're okay. You're going to be split from all of us.
Oh, come the day of the inauguration. No, I don't imagine it will be any danger. I'm capable enough.
Do you have anybody from that you know that can come with you that can possibly, aside from just the guards?
Well, perhaps we could lend me one more Zeke, then? He's the newest member and has no reason to be at the inauguration.
'Tis true. It would be a not a terrible spot to have a young mage.
Do you have... Is the inauguration at night or is in the...
That was the day, dude. They're not gonna wake up at night.
Yeah, they're going to do the night, right?
Yeah.
It's in the
Okay.
evening.
It's in the evening. So
When
it'll,
the sun is setting, when the sky will turn orange.
so it's going to
and
be
purple.
it's going to be spilling into the night.
Shouldn't be too long. The main ceremony is during the daytime. The crowning. There will be more with the nobles at the nighttime, but that's mostly talks. Public won't be privy to that, nor our personal parties.
Right. Have Zeke. Zeke! You almost done in
Yes?
there.
No, it hasn't been an hour and a half.
Do you know? Have I seen Zeke's spell book?
Yes, you've seen it multiple times.
All right. What kind of spells does he have in it?
He has mirror image. He has, I suppose, misty step. He has color spray. He has a bunch of nearly harmless magics for defensive purposes.
Does he have?
Oh, and now he has a shadow blade in there for some reason.
Hell yeah!
Oh no!
Assassin Zeke.
He wouldn't happen to have Skywrite in there.
He does not happen to have Skywrite.
Damn, that would have been nice. Okay. Shit. I would like to have some sort of a signal, like if you put up, if you're in danger.
I could supply you with flares.
That's fine. That'll do. If anything happens, if you see anything attacking the ships or anything coming in from the sea, you should probably fire off a flare.
Right. I'll bring 3 fireworks down here for tomorrow.
All right. It's fine. Anybody else have any ideas?
No, I
Perhaps we could go into the prison, question them directly, the people we might think are in the one.
Last time we went in the prison, we didn't make a very good impression with the warden there. I don't think we're gonna.
He might not like us, but with the prince's permission, I do not think he could stop us.
He couldn't, but he put up a fight. Yeah, it wouldn't be wrong. Not sure how much he'll let us inspect the prison.
Those of us who are staying at the inauguration could try to work our way into the good graces of some of the royal families, so they might trust us.
Right.
And which royal family would you mind working your way into? She shrugs her shoulder.
I have a guess.
Garamy, you're a charmer.
I restrained myself from killing the Heindrake on sight.
Okay, yeah, you should definitely do that.
I think Garamy would be the best pick of us to stay and help guard the prince directly.
That's right. He wants to be closest to Aran.
So that means he would be in a very good spot for the inauguration.
That's right. If you don't mind the company, Aran.
It doesn't bother me. I will be sat close to the other noble family, so you will have to put that bloodlust on. Put it aside for the entirety of this. It will be no issue to me. Right. Well, then I'll work on getting you the fireworks. In the meantime, I'll make sure that none of the guards are aware of your doing. Are you going tonight?
I think it's appropriate that we try to start this as soon as possible to get the most.
I'm almost done with the spell. Maybe an hour more.
Very good, very good. You're doing great.
Are you sure? I don't mean to insult, but are you sure he's capable to join the guild?
He's more than capable.
All right then. I trust your judgment.
And so he is going to be more of a scholarly figure among us. He's like Thrax said earlier. He's looking into the vaults.
He's a big thinker, you know. He's one of our tacticians of sorts. He's gonna become a great mind. There you go.
The Guild of Primerus, tactically led by a 15-year-old.
Well, I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere, Ron.
That's Frederick.
Oh, well, Frederick. Well, you.
No, I think he'll do a great job. I have high hopes for him. Now,
Right.
That being said, from what we've been told, if there are people moving in and about these sections, I doubt they're going to want to be caught down there. It would probably come to a head. And if the race is correct about them, they have dark vision, so they're going to be moving without light. You and the boy can only cast dark vision on so many people, and I wouldn't want you to expend your abilities. So those of us without dark vision, we should choose now who goes. Like I said before, I'm willing to stay out. If anyone gets hurt enough, just bring them out of the sewers and I'll do what I can.
What about
Really,
you,
can't
Aurora?
understand.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see in the dark?
I'm just drinking water.
No. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
No, I was drinking water.
So stop
Really,
drinking and answer the question. Come on.
Oh, yes.
You could see in the dark?
No, I can't.
Oh,
I'm blind as a bat.
alright.
Yep.
Amelia
see in the
looks
dark.
like she probably can see in the dark, but we don't know for sure.
She can.
Oh, she can't.
No, she can't.
Oh.
And she also doesn't understand the concept of why we'd be telling her no.
That's right.
So it's just easier to give her the dark vision.
Okay, we'll bestow dark vision upon Aurora. And
That's
Amelia.
me. That's all I can manage at my current abilities. 2 people.
Huh.
Okay.
He leveled up to the vault.
Oh, he was capable of 2nd level.
He's going to 1 spell slot though. Now he can do 2.
I'm pretty sure when you get 2nd level, you get 2, and then the next one you get 3.
Well, I apologize, Anais and Frederick, but unfortunately, you're not going to be able to accompany us into the sewers. It's unfortunate. However, Cersei, you're more than welcome.
Yes, of course. I'm willing to come.
Okay, Jeremy, yes, no?
If there's
maybe?
too many people, just FYI, if there's too many people, our group's profile is much larger. So
Yeah. Maybe you perhaps just stay back, Jeremy.
Jeremy is the one that wanted to go in the sewers.
Okay.
You have forgotten. Nor me, nor Cersei, nor the boy should go down. We are recognized already and disliked.
Oh, that's right. You murdered somebody almost.
I did
You
not
wanted
kill him.
revenge!
Okay.
Murdered somebody.
Well, no.
I did not kill anyone.
Poor choice of words. He just battered somebody beyond recognition, which I do appreciate.
I had no choice.
I mean, nothing better than destroying a bully, Jeremy.
He is right, though. That would, if we were with you and we ran into the thugs that run the Brawler's Ring, even though they might be unrelated to the others, it might cause a fight.
That's true. That's fine. No, you stay here. You're right. You, Zeke, Jeremy, and Frederick.
I wish I could see him
Kenneth?
in the dark.
I wish I
Why
could
are you even looking at me?
I'm sorry, Kenneth. I'm sorry.
No, absolutely not. I'm not fighting. I'm not going into the dog
This is a joke, Kenneth. I know you're far too out of shape.
Oh.
Perhaps I should get you on a regimen. Are you almost done with that spell book over there?
It's gonna be like 45 minutes. You're asking every fucking 10.
Is he your boy, Thrak?
No, he's not my boy, but just caring for him a little bit.
That's very sweet of you.
And I'm assuming we don't want one of the princes of Kingshold to be mucking through the
No.
sewers.
Of course, we wouldn't dare force you to go through a sewer, Aran.
No, Prince.
Well, just if I got captured down there, that would be a pretty big ticket for them.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, our track
Your
record
safety
our-
is very important.
our track record of saving you is pretty good though, so
Yeah,
we could
yeah.
try again.
We can definitely
Decent.
save you. It's just
If
you
I
have
recall,
so many
I
things to
was
do.
I was nearly bleeding out when you guys reached me.
Oh, that's an over-exaggeration.
Yeah.
Come on.
Thanks again, Nicole.
Nods his head.
Right. Well, if we are going to be going tonight, I'm gonna head out early. I have some business to take care of that's unrelated to my profession. Well, I'll meet you all at the castle.
That wasn't suspicious at all.
Before you leave there,
Yes.
Ron, if you don't mind telling everyone what you told me about this auction.
Oh, right. I figured it would only be prevalent to you, but you are moving as a group. The Steppes holds an auction at the end of every month on one of the islands. I'll get the name at another time. I wasn't looking too far into it, but I've gotten word that one of the vessels going there somehow the crew, they managed to brave the island of Rune Maros, and they retrieved artifacts from it. I was telling Nicole here about it in case he wanted to see if any of his old guild's artifacts made their way there.
That's sad.
Well, interesting to note. All right.
Is that one of your plans, Nicole?
He nods his head.
Okay, then it'll be done. We'll go and take a look at these relics of an ancient past.
Right. Well, good to know.
For now, we're gonna dip into the sewers. Everybody get ready.
You guys might want to buy clothing that you're willing to sully.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll see you all later.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Party begins to disperse. Sadak flies away. Whee!
Is there room for me in this?
Yes, there's more rooms than there are currently people.
Oh.
Yes, I planned for a bigger guild, though a lot of organizations never ended up sending anyone, and the steps, the only trade baron I could get to come opted out.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Jeremy throw mouth against the wall. No, it's a normal backpack, Mike. It was just a simple, cheap backpack.
But feel free to find
No,
one
it
that
was
isn't
a
locked.
dungeon pack or something.
It was
your
an
stuff.
explorer's pack, so it wasn't just a backpack.
Oh.
You got me an explorer's pack, so I have all the default items.
Okay. It doesn't come with an extra pair of clothing, right?
Oh.
No, it does not. Yeah, your clothing.
No, that's a
comes with your
background thing normally.
background thing.
Is this a door? Can I go in here?
Don't worry about the map. Right now I'm just using it for like loose, like where you are. If you want to head to your bedroom, it's just these four over here.
So technically, the guild hall is actually a little bit more different. So like the main guild space where we are now is actually more square shaped, and you should imagine there's like these beams that kind of support the two-story portion in the middle. And technically, if you're acrobatic enough, like Amelia generally is, you can like vault off those beams and climb up onto this like overlook. What do you want to call it, terrace or something that kind of walks around to the second
balcony?
floor. Yeah, a balcony. And from there you can move down to the rooms on the room hallways.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's actually much more vertical space than what this art indicates. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah. So Aurora just gets up, walks away.
Have a good night, everyone. There you go.
So we're like what, 6 o'clock right now? 5 o'clock?
It's
What?
late.
It's it's already like probably sundown.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so the car leaves, Sidak leaves, and pretty much everyone disperses besides those that, alright.
Yeah. People will go their separate way. The prince stands up and like he looks, Amelia, since you're a reader of emotions rather than their outward intention because you can't understand people. He does look tired, and you saw him holding like his insides inside of his body with one hand and holding a sword with the other.
Yeah.
He was winded then, but he had a big smile on his face. He was still appearing strong for you. He is very clearly reaching some sort of wit's end right now.
The grid is really not lining up, but this place turning it off. Okay. And she'll just come up to the side of him and like jump up and squat on the chair next to him and just look at him.
Amelia, have you learned any words yet?
She points towards the fruit scraps down the table.
Well, soon enough. Hopefully Solomon doesn't bore you to death.
She like points to his like face and then like pushes in like the like you said there was like bagging underneath his eyes and kind of like pushes it in a little bit.
He like recoils a tiny bit, like, oh, what? This.
And then she gestures with her hand. She kind of makes a prayer motion. She tilts it to the side and she puts her head on her hands.
I suppose I haven't been sleeping enough. You're right.
And
I
then
should
she
get
flashes a thumbs up.
Man,
Huh.
learned so much today.
Perhaps you're actually learning quicker than I expect. Maybe she just can't speak. She's right, I do need to lay down. I've had a rough go of it. My brother has been not entirely helpful.
Ah,
It makes me really miss Theodore. Oh well. I'm going to head out. I'll have Kenneth wait outside the keep. He'll direct you to the closest sewer entrance.
I will cast Prestidigitation. Can I cast it to create the sound of a beagle barking?
Can you mimic a sound of a beagle barking with prestidigitation? I don't think so. I think it can do musical notes, maybe? What is
It says creates an instantaneous harmless sensory effect such as a shower of sparks, puff of winds, faint
such
musical
as, so
notes.
yeah, you can make just a sort of a distant.
Oh no.
Amelia's like head jerks back and her ears turn towards she turns her head towards where that sound came from. And then she like jumps up to her feet.
Oh,
See if she can start talking.
that seemed to get her attention. Dog.
Now she's like looking under the table and
Okay.
like trying to find where the
Now,
dog is.
So we'll alternate. You say dog, and I'll do the sound. You ready?
What?
Frederick, we gotta work as a team here. Hold my hand.
Why would I want to do this?
Because you're the most charismatic of all of us.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Alright, Aron.
No, wait. Fuck. I'm gonna go near the center of town, so if you need me, I can be there quick.
Okay.
Nice.
Dog. And then I do the
As you say that though, she's already jumping up one of the beams and getting to the second floor and looking for the dog. She's already left the table. Just walking away from you guys towards the rooms.
You're losing her, Banana. You're losing her. It's your only. You have to make the noise.
I say it again. I do it again.
Does it sound like it's coming from in the guild hall, like the hall room?
It sounds like it's coming from Threk.
And she looks back down, and then she looks towards Thrak, and then she jumps back down, and just like jumps on the table, like moves over to Thrak and looks at him. And then I guess she might be a little bit taller than you right now, or near your height.
I look at her and I say, dog. And then I do it again.
The barking, you can hear it. It's very similar to that guy, but you don't see that guy.
Yeah. Her eyebrows are like definitely conflicted. They're furrowing, and she's trying to process here.
And I
You're
open
now
my
pissed.
mouth wide and I dog.
Do you cast the
Do
spell
it again.
You cast the spell again?
Yeah.
So then she like looks around, like she's pretty close, right? And then
Dog. And then I'll do the same thing, but it's gonna sound like the dog is saying dog.
So how does it go from
Dog.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Dog. Do it again.
Please just start barking.
There's a large
You
amount
can
of-
hear this from downstairs, Aurora. By the way, it's noticeable.
Do it again.
Yeah, alright, so she keeps repeating the basset hound howl. Or her
Well,
imitation.
As it slowly try to make it sound more like dog.
You know, despite your great efforts.
But by the end, it's just like a generic voice you hear on the radio. Dog,
Dog.
All right.
dog.
And then I make mouth disappear.
Oh my god. Mouth.
I am going to try to find familiar as a basset hound.
You'll have to spend an hour to ritually cast it, dude.
I'm not ritually casting it.
But you can't change his form unless you do as when you conceive him with the ritual. That's how you do it.
Oh, well
Yeah,
then I'm
he's-
gonna do it for an hour then.
And you'll have to spend 10 gold again, though.
I have that.
Okay. I just.
I have one more thing of incense left.
Oh, what a great
Oh,
usage.
And you're really doing this to make a dog.
I don't know, I should.
It's your money, dude. It's your money.
Well, she didn't say it yet, huh? She
No.
didn't say dog.
No, she hasn't.
Oh, you. Alright, then I won't make mouth disappear.
I
I'll
mean,
just
you're
keep doing that.
We just started it. We don't know how long this is going to go before the next event transpires. It's a learning girl. She's not going to do it immediately, so.
Okay. Then now I use prestidigitation to make a cat meow.
Oh, yeah, her head definitely cocks to the side. But she doesn't emulate the meow of the cat.
Meow. That's right.
Because
You never
Mr.
meowed.
Mr. Whisker just never meowed in front of her.
Mr.
It's-
Whiskers is a refined beast, alright?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Fucking
Okay.
demon cat.
You did good. I pat her on the head. That's fine. That's enough for today.
Mr. Whiskers looking like the image I posted in the chat.
Let me have a peek.
Oh my god.
That's not Mr. Whiskers. Oh no, Larry's posted that. Oh, there you go. No, that's not Mr. Whiskers either.
That's Mr. Whiskers right there.
Cheshire Trevor.
No. This is Mr. Whiskers.
Dang.
Where is
Poor
Mr.
audience.
Whiskers?
Yes, Salem the cat.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, it's in the in meme and images. DTW normally drops it in there. Yeah.
All right. So at this point, everyone has kind of cleared out, and eventually Zeke comes in, going, "I've finished it. I've got the spell ready."
Oh, forgot you were here.
What?
You were like pestering him every 10 minutes, and then
He drops the big slab on the table, and despite it not normally working this way, because he doesn't normally have it prepared after just writing it down, he has it prepared, because fuck you, I don't want to wait. Anyways,
he's an NPC.
I wave my hand and the book floats up to my side.
oh,
Alright,
that feels cheap. I don't know, that's not...
alright.
Hmm.
No. I kind of like I grab his bicep. Is he feeling the burn? Is he getting strong?
Well,
No.
he wasn't doing.
He just kept
curls.
it on a table
Come
the
on.
entire time.
He was also squatting, right? So it would be his thighs, right? And,
Yeah, go ahead and grab a 15-year-old
not doing that.
Yeah, he's a
doing
little
that.
underaged, right? So.
Yeah,
No,
alright.
his bicep isn't big. He did squats, then put it on a table and copied
Come on,
from it.
we're gonna get you buff.
Why?
Because you're gonna punch all those kids in the face that made fun of you. That's for sure. We're gonna get back at that headmaster too.
Okay.
Yeah. What did you do to get kicked out? By the way, you said
I-
something about you did something with the
I-
headmaster.
Well, I was trying to learn a new spell, and it went out of the circles I was capable of, and it went bad, and I transformed his cat.
It's fine. That's it.
That's it.
Into what?
Goo
The cat? What did you
Yeah.
transform the cat into?
into goo.
Goo. Like GOO?
Yes.
Okay, that's not necessarily transforming. That's more killing the cat. So did you kill the cat, or did you just transform the cat?
It was a living goo.
Oh God.
Okay. You could come back from that. How
Don't
attached
think
can
he
one
agrees.
person be to a cat?
Very.
Okay. All right, we'll get you back into the academy.
Regardless, we should test if this works. Let's
Sure.
find a dark room.
No. Listen,
What?
I already feel bad about seeing if you were strong. We're not going to dark room. Let's
No,
wait.
to see if I can actually cast dark vision on her.
Okay.
She's yawning.
Is it dark in here?
No, this room is well lit.
With candles?
Cocker.
With
Next.
several.
I prestidigitation
could
out the
just-
candles.
One by one, you'll go around.
I could snuff all the candles with the.
Or you
dust.
could just walk into another room.
I'm not.
All right, and so they walk into the kitchen.
No.
Walk into the kitchen.
Which is
I'm
dark
going into
and
the. Not going in here, children. No.
which is dark and unmanned.
Is the,
No.
is the fucking dad of the group.
No. No.
No, with no windows to let any sort of outside light.
Is this like child napping? Like...
Frederick.
He's not there. He left.
Alright, so 7.5 foot tall Thrak is with two 15-year-olds. Got it.
Yeah, okay, let's make
All
this
right.
quick.
Just to hold up your hand or something.
No.
Something we can't see. Make a sign with your hand.
Okay, Amelia,
She looks towards you. You can see that, but it does look like she's not quite aware of
I
her
put-
surroundings.
okay, I put my... is this really dark in here?
Yes, this room is like pitch black. It's unlit. There's no window. It's unmanned. You can see though. You can see them in the gray light.
Okay,
And you can
I
tell that
can-
Amelia cannot see in the dark.
alright, I cast light on my... Uh-huh.
Wait, what are you doing?
I just cast light on like a pot for a second, and then I let it go, so I turn it off.
Amelia
So I kind of turn it on and off.
Okay.
Okay, now go do it.
All right. He reaches out and places his hand on Amelia's shoulder and casts dark vision on her. Amelia, suddenly, this pitch black room is colored in grays, and you can see Thrak standing there. You can see the mage beside you, near blinded by the room. You can see the going-ons about it.
She gets kind of squats down just a little bit defensively from the change in the environment, but then seems to tone out at that after maybe like 6 to 8 seconds.
So, I give her a thumbs up.
She sees that, and then after a little bit of gesturing with her hand, she eventually gives the thumbs up back.
Okay, we're good.
All right.
There you go.
Great. It worked. I can manifest that one more time. He bumps into the door. Ah!
Isn't he a half elf?
He is, yes. Never mind. You're right. I forgot that.
Yeah.
He bumps into the door regardless because he's still a klutz.
Yeah.
But he pushes out.
Okay.
Is there food in here?
Yeah, there's bagged food, as
The
if
kitchen.
you guys have always had a mean to make yourself food, but no one has ever taken the time to do it.
She's over here and she's sniffing and she's looking for something to eat. You don't have to stay in that. That's just what she's doing right now.
Oh, look at that. All right, I'm gonna try to cook her a meal.
Make her like mac and cheese or something.
Oh, that sounds so good. Mac and cheese. I was thinking about it earlier, but I didn't want to say anything.
What's a
Like-
good Dunes meal?
A good Dunes meal. What are those big what are those big land shark things?
Bullets.
Okay, I don't think I see any land shark in here.
What are those big land shark things called? The
Bullet.
big armored guy. Bullet, yeah. Bullet steak is a classic of the dunes.
I look for a bullet steak.
The closest thing you can find is a big cow leg.
She just grabs a handful of flour and starts munching it, but quickly you recognize it's not palatable.
No! I say no!
Thrak is angry at that.
No!
Yeah, she's trying to spit it out.
Okay. I grabbed like a biggest cow leg. I'll start carving it up, make steak.
She watches you very closely. So that's what we're doing. You can
All
go
right.
somewhere else.
So, back on the outside, what is our good friend Nicole going off to do?
I will be going and buying common clothes.
Common clothing, ready for dirtying, so that you don't have to ruin your pristine, ruin the Marrow's clothes, which are probably rare at this point.
And then I'm going to buy a smaller set of common clothes.
Ah, yes. The kind owner goes, for your daughter, I presume.
The smile fades from Nicole's face.
The large old woman. She barely has her eyes open. She's just offering you the clothing you've paid for now. She's holding it out with a bag.
I'll take the bag.
Have a good day, son.
Thank you. You too as well.
Alright, you've garnered your common clothing.
Alright, and then I'll just make my way back.
Sadak, where do you go?
Sadak would make his way to the keep. But if he does pass a clothing shop on his way, he'll quickly buy a simple outfit for himself and then keep going up to the keep.
It's probably really prudent to get throwaway shoes. It's going to be very important on that, honestly.
Well, common clothing includes
Yeah, I
shoes.
just want to make sure that we're notating that.
Yeah. So, I'm assuming...
You arrive at the keep with a bag underarm of clothing.
I'll throw it in my backpack.
Alright, there you go.
Yeah.
You jam it in there, you crush down all your delicate tools.
The poisons break, and now it's all gaseous in there.
Oh, I don't have it. I'm not carrying any poisons on me. Smile.
Smile.
Trust.
Yes. Let's see.
What you doing?
The guard icon, the one that was going to give us permission, I believe Thurvish had it, and then now Thrak has it, correct?
Sure, why not?
I had it, yeah.
Okay.
Everything from Thurvish that was relevant was basically privy to Thrak.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Even if we can't remember it now, if it's significant, Thrak got it.
Yeah. Would I know, Mr. DM, of a pathway that I have used before to speak with the Queen and or like prior to my first meeting in the actual sessions? Or has it always been just like a requesting thing?
It would probably be on request for the most part, for the entirety of the part. Most of your interaction with her probably wouldn't have happened in Kingshold.
Right. Well then, yeah, he'd do it the. Because I'm assuming the keep. There's no way I could like scale up the sides, right?
You could definitely try, but if you got caught,
it's probably not a good thing.
Look.
Yeah. So yeah.
But you could definitely stealth up and just try it.
Be a rogue.
That's what the cool guy would do.
It is what the cool guy would do.
You don't roll ones on your ability checks. You roll ones on your attack.
Yeah, you know what? But here's the thing: I don't know where my quarry is at, so I'd have to look around the entirety of the keep. All right. So yeah, Sidek's just gonna head into the keep if he's not stopped.
All right, Doc, you'll press forward into the main hall of the keep. There's a large sum of guards there, but they don't seem to stop you. Not initially.
Not initially.
Do you enter the building?
I will attempt to enter the building.
All right. Pressing inside, you open the doors. The hall is clean for the most part. There's guards randomly stationed about. They just seem to be talking at the moment. It almost seems like you are allowed in. They gave Frederick shit. These are the same people that gave Frederick shit.
Yeah.
They hate Frederick.
Well, I keep my cool, and I'm gonna make my way pathing wise to the same location I met with the queen previously, based on a hunch.
Sure. Pushing through the halls, you arrive at the entrance to a long hallway lined on either side with guards and a door at the end that is familiar to you. You've arrived there once before. The guards do not stop you as you approach, and you reach the wooden door.
I would give it 3 firm knocks and wait.
After a moment, you see a familiar young woman open the door. Her hair gray. Her complexion pale. The nameless handmaiden opens the door for you and stands aside. Inside is the queen, accompanied by the Wood Elven Royal Guard that you've had 2 interactions with.
I would unmask myself, of course, and make my way inside, dropping to a knee.
Oh.
And what is it that you have to report?
I am giving a report on the current ongoings for the guild. We shall be foraying into the sewers to gain any insight into what could be happening underneath the city. Also, we have made major connections. It is to be known that the princess, Melisandre, wishes to see the heads of King's Killers brought to her by our guild, and she also has a quest for us coming forward. Also, we have uncovered one of Roman's arcane vaults here on Primera.
Very good. Then it is safe to assume that your allegiance lie with the nobility, then, still. The Ellithorn family must be protected.
Of course.
Then I have grave news. Young, sit down. We have found out that those in charge of Corvia are intending a coup against us.
What?
They work in league with those like the Inquisitor. Come the coronation, we imagine they'll strike, at which point we will publicly renounce our support for Corvia. It is at this time I would like you to renounce your position in it.
Is Sidak gonna have to choke a bitch?
You're saying that Lawrence is eyeing killing the Regency?
I'm saying that Corvia has taken steps to undermine our efforts, and it is this time we believe that not all of the original members of its upper management were slain.
Hmm. She. She. Do I know if she knows about what's happened? Yeah.
You are unaware what she's aware of, other than what she's told you.
Oh, buddy.
This is coming from my sister, Queen Olivia. Come the inauguration, they will have gone forward with their plans, and after which you will renounce your membership with them in order to continue working for the guild.
Sidek is
You noticed the Royal Guard with your passive insight. Very much has the hand on the hilt of the blade while she's talking. There is a readiness to him.
I see.
Well, you know. What does Sidek do?
Yeah. He has his head down for a moment as he's trying to sort through all these complex emotions. If this is what Olivia has requested of me,
it is the only way. The Corvair have undermined us. They work with our enemies in order to attempt to kill royalty. Think about it, Sadak. The efforts they would be willing to take. The people in that hall could perish. If this was on Arendal, your sister could be one of them.
Had to bring the sister into this.
Just Luke Skywalker right now.
Yeah.
You were wise to keep a secret from me.
And how would you have me announce this?
To my son. There will be some controversy about your staying in the guild. This is what we predict to happen.
What would happen to the guild on Arendal?
We have already begun to mobilize several fleets in order to move on the island. We'll seek the arrest of all the members to figure out who it is that tried to run this coup.
It's like a pit forming in Sidek's stomach. I see. I've always strived for the good of Arendal and Corvair and its rulers. He looks over at her.
If all goes according to plan, perhaps in the coming years, when things have settled, you will be allowed to rebuild the organization, perhaps with a new motive. Banana will hit you.
Sorry. Let's get some Sidious vibes from this one.
Seeing as even now, if he were to, no matter his feelings, he is outnumbered. The only escape is out of a window of a massive keep. the chances of surviving the fall are slim. He would then be outlawed. He lowers his head and nods and says, "Of course. It'll be done, my lady."
If you carry this out properly, we'll see to it that your sister be put on the same pedestal as those born of the tree.
And of my other family?
They will be taken care of.
Is this woman Elven?
No, she's human.
What?
Yeah, right.
She's,
The tree.
she's
the
a human.
tree-
You're just
Yes.
talking about
Oh my
just killing all these
God.
elves.
So they just made a but she's from the tree too, though, isn't she?
Yes, she's from the tree.
So they just made a human.
In order
They
in
made
order
her human. Yes.
in order to better integrate with human society and to be more appeasing to the king.
Oh my god.
They made a
getting
human.
Fucked. You can't. You literally a hag right now or something, dude. She's the vibes.
Then I shall, of course, keep you and yours safe. And on the day of the inauguration, I will make it known.
Very good. We still have high hopes from you, Aran.
Hmm.
You are dismissed,
He stands up.
Arahan.
The Lady Arathorns. Where will they should be staying so that I may keep watch on them?
They arrived with a contingency of guards from the homeland. Your service with their defense will no longer be needed.
I see. My lady. And he'll turn and he'll exit, putting on his mask again.
Stepping outside of the well-lit room back into the dark hall, the guards, you now become aware. It didn't really stand out to you before as something necessary to notice, but the guards in here all have pointed ears out under their helmet. These are all wood elves.
Yeah.
Boy.
You press down the hallway and begin to exit the keep. All right.
It's just casual genocide. Just a little casual genocide.
There's no genocide involved.
Just a little casual. Just you know, just a little bit. Just cleansing.
There's no war in King's Hall.
There's no.
All right. I need another minute as the party will reconvene here. Everyone arrives back in the keep. I need another minute. So BRB.
So what did Thrak make? What was the food? What'd you find? What'd you cook?
Oh.
Steak?
Huh?
I don't know. Let's find our food roll table.
Food roll table.
The D100 food roll table.
Aurora's going to the kitchen now. Oh.
Yeah,
I went into the kitchen.
They have a D100 roll table on that, I'm sure.
All right, so you go inside, dancing like a ballerina, and there's Thrak cleaning pots, and Amelia is just kind of like on one of the stools watching him.
I'm cleaning.
No, not.
Washing dishes.
No, he's not cleaning. Like he's cleaning pots, cleaning. You know, moving things
Oh,
around.
clanging. Oh,
Yeah.
So I would say that this is probably a commoner. We'll say it's a commoner dinner.
Okay.
A commoner dinner.
So let's roll D100. Do 2 10s. Okay.
47.
So I got 47. So 47 would be
Mac and cheese.
Probably not.
Tasha's hideous stew.
Oh God.
All right, let's see what that is.
It's probably not called Tasha's from your ton, but sure.
Let's see what Tasha's hideous stew is, if that's even a thing. Oh, it's probably some. Okay, we'll say it's. Let's do a merchant dinner then. Crocodile steak.
Crocodile steak? You think we have crocodile here in the mainland, like this far from the marshes?
I'll go to Noble dinner then.
No. Now you're gonna be getting things like
owl bear steak and eggs.
Okay. So it's stew. You just made stew. Got it.
Yeah.
With whatever questionable meat.
This roll table's a little jacked here.
Yeah. That's what you would expect out of a D&D themed one. Yeah. All right, so you got Thrak over a pot. He's stirring a label. There's the smell of spices.
Steak. Okay, so I'm making a steak, and I'll make steak and eggs.
Oh, it's steak and eggs. Oh, okay,
Let's
never
do
mind.
that.
No longer
Let's do that.
Yeah, okay. So you're over a frying pan.
Hash browns.
No, he probably doesn't.
Do you come in and ask for hash browns?
I'll go into the kitchen and then I'll see you cooking and I'll say, "Oh, you want some help cooking?"
Sure.
I'm a very good cook.
Really?
Like, I'm very, very good at cooking.
Not better than me.
No.
Why is everything a competition for you today? The very first thing Dr. Solomon came. You're not better than me.
You want to roll to see how well we can make our steaks?
Showdown. It's gonna be a cook-off here.
Isn't there like an anime that's like
yeah,
about like
Shokugeki?
There you go. We just do that. There you go.
Okay.
I'll cook
Fine.
here. I'll cook a steak. I'll cook the. What did you say you were gonna cook? Steak and eggs.
Steak and eggs.
Steak and eggs.
Yeah, so he's just got eggs in one skillet with shells on the
I'm
side,
gonna.
and there's a steak that's probably being pan fried next to it.
I'll season the steak.
Okay.
With what seasoning? What are you planning on throwing in on that?
There's salt, pepper.
Sure, yeah, okay. So why don't we actually have it a contest then, because they're actually making that way. So if you could both do cooking checks, wisdom is the stat I would use since we're subbing me DM right now. So you could both just do a wisdom check. If you actually do have cooking tool proficiency, you can add that, since obviously there's cooking tools present. So it's going to be a d20 roll plus or minus your wisdom, and then if you have proficiency bonus from tool cooking, you can add +2.
There you go.
Okay, so that's a 4.
Oh god,
19.
yeah, you got Frax is very crude. It's maybe a little overboiled.
I'm chopping up the
You
steak.
make a blue steak, and then I'm out here making
But your perspective, that's the smart idea. Amelia doesn't know how to probably cut with a knife yet, so I'll just cut it for her in advance. But unfortunately, that makes you cook it too long in each individual slice or chunk, right? Meanwhile, you got Aurora over there, and she's just easily she throws some butter in there, got some chive on the side, letting it simmer for a bit. Then she throws the steak in on that. She left the fat rime on to let it cook
a bit of butter and a bit of rosemary.
About a minute and a half on each side, so it's
making me hungry.
Seared on the outside, but it's nice and still pink in the middle, so it gets the good texture.
I made that last night. Last night I made a whole rack of lambs that was pistachio crusted. And I made sweet potato, a mashed sweet potato with goat cheese and baby carrots.
Now the eggs are more questionable here. The eggs,
eggs.
Not for Aurora though. I mean for Thrak, your eggs definitely did not get cooked well at all. They're far too rub.
I throw them away and try again.
Oh, let's do it.
Kenneth's head pops in. Did you throw away food?
Yeah, let's do it. Roll the 6 plus whatever.
Nope. So it's almost the inverse then. So second batch of eggs for Thrak is significantly better, much more palatable. On the other hand, Aurora's eggs are not so good. So you have this kind of.
I have a bit of shell.
I guess you guys have to do one more thing because it's a best of 3, right? So there's gotta be what's dessert? What are you guys thinking of?
We could do a strawberry shortcake trifle.
Yeah.
It's delicious. Or a carrot cake with cream cheese.
Okay, you're not gonna be able to bake a cake fast enough. So
look, there's carrots.
Well, just do your roll. We'll figure it out based on your roll. Oh my god.
There's carrots there. It's possible. You just have to believe.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be a 30-minute thing.
Oh, 16, good sir.
Fine.
What did Banana get?
Come on, buddy.
His dessert. Wow. Okay, so now it's up to your wisdom scores.
-1.
Yeah. Okay.
+1.
So she barely adds. So you both make very decent decided desserts, right?
I'll make a carrot cake.
Sure. It's probably more of a.
I'll make a carrot cupcake. How about that?
Yeah, a very small cake. Sure, we'll allow it. Why not? Okay.
I just grab a slice of bread and I sprinkle it with butter and sugar and cinnamon.
Yes.
French toast.
Yes, cinnamon toast.
All right. So you guys have made. I mean, with the two of you now and the slight competition, you might maybe accidentally overcooked for 3 people. There might be a little bit extra.
I set it down in front of our judge.
Amelia.
Amelia.
Yeah. So she.
Okay, so she has to roll like a D100.
Do you guys take this into the outer room, or is it going to be here in the kitchen? You're doing this?
Amelia.
I take it into the outer room.
All right,
and I tell you to follow me.
All right, so she follows, and Aurora comes outside one side of the table with her 3 dishes, and then you got Thrak with his 3 dishes.
The judge, yes.
And so Amelia's sitting down watching you guys put the several plates.
Zeke will be there too.
Yeah, Zeke's probably like, what's going on here? And so there may be a small little entourage, maybe not. So Amelia sees the food scattered in front of her, and she starts to pick at it, eating it first from Thrak's, like a couple of things from Thrak's plate. And it's like probably at that point that you notice that she just keeps eating Thrak's food. She's not even like eating from Aurora's food yet, or at all, rather. She just keeps eating from Thrak's plate.
I smile proudly.
Oh, you jerk.
Well, you have to correct it.
Yeah,
I'm going to allow it.
You have to correct it.
Oh, Amelia. Amelia.
She stops and she looks at you.
You have to try the other food.
Her head tilts to the side.
I pick at my own food and then I point at the food that's presented to you. That's mine.
Mm-hmm. So you start gesturing towards your plate, right? And probably gesticulating to like eat,
yeah,
like
and
scooping.
I'm eating my food, and then I point at you to eat that food too.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And so then she looks over at Thrak. How do you respond to her communicating?
Don't you?
I roll my eyes, but I wave my hand to try it.
Yeah, so she'll take a bite of it. So here's the thing that you guys get. So for the steak, she definitely prefers Aurora's, like hands down. For the egg, she actually spits Aurora's eggs back out. They're terrible.
I laugh.
Dessert-wise, they're both very close, very close. But she doesn't finish your buttered biscuit. No, she does stick with the carrot cake and finishes the carrot cake.
I laugh and I say, you're gonna have to do something better than toast as a word.
But she did eat like half of the things you guys gave her. There's still half of each plate respectively left, but she's like rubbing her stomach and she's kind of sitting back.
Once again, the great Thrak bested by this newcomer to the guild. Defeat becoming unusual taste.
Ever since you joined the guild, you couldn't land your javelins.
Yeah.
I hold out my hand to shake.
I shake his hand.
You break his weak fingers.
I just.
What little pride he had left.
Yeah.
I go upstairs.
No.
Before you walk away defeated is when the other guild members will return. Nikal, in particular, seems to be carrying a large amount of clothing under one of his arms.
What's that for?
Do you have a bag to put that in?
It is closing for the sewers.
Why?
Why?
Unlike you, people don't like to get dirty.
I cast prestidigitation and clean up whatever dirt was on his already dirty suit.
I stay dirty.
Oh gosh. There's a rank odor that comes from Aurora at all times. From this point forward, everyone, whenever you're near Aurora, you're like pinching your nose and you're like tilting your head.
I took a shower in the morning.
No, you said you don't clean. No, you smell funk.
Call.
Oh, like Gucci.
You did good.
Or what?
The clothes you purchased, they're nice.
That's simple, common clothing.
I know, it's just you have good taste in clothes. I just was giving you a compliment, and it couldn't find anything else other than that.
So you're not gonna belittle me of
No.
my hatred towards humans?
Absolutely not.
Whoa.
So are we
whoa,
done
whoa,
with that?
whoa, whoa.
And we're done with that. You're
Good.
free to hate as much as you want, but I'll change your mind eventually.
You don't have to
Hopefully
take
someone else
me.
is already doing this. At this point, I'll take Amelia's bag and open up the top and fold the clothing and put it inside.
She watches you do that, and then you put like the bag back down, probably.
I put it back where it was.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know if she would have her bag on her down here, actually, right? Like, we're in living space, right? Probably be up in her room. But that's just for your convenience, so that way we keep it. Yeah, so let's say she had it on her. Okay. Well, then I guess it'd be on her back. So then you had to take it off her and then put it back on her.
Well, not on your bag. I'll just open your backpack while
Yeah.
it's on you.
Sure, there you go. Okay. So she's trying to look at you from over her shoulder, seeing what you're doing.
All right.
While that's happening, Zeke will approach you, Aurora, and he goes, I'm just going to cast a spell that'll let you see in the dark for a few hours.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you.
He places his hand, and suddenly the room where there's these darker corners between the candles and in the corner of the rooms seem more illuminated. You can see into the darkness,
Oh.
but it's all in a sort of grayscale where no light touches. Did it work?
How long does this last?
It should last for 8 hours.
Oh wow. And it's broad daylight?
No, it's nighttime.
And we're going to the sewers.
Wonderful. Thank you, Zeke.
Sadak, good
Thank
to see you.
Shake his hand.
He shakes back.
Sadak would have definitely not came back.
Oh, he's not coming back?
Where does Sadak go?
Sadak is awaiting at the keep. So that is where we will be going into the sewers at.
Yeah.
All right.
Sadak, I can't see you.
Yeah, he definitely would be just kind of like sitting down and deep in thought.
Oh, then. Let's go, everybody.
Are we gonna change to our sewer clothing before
Wait,
we
we're
go?
leaving now?
Change into my sewer clothing.
I thought we were
Before
going to the
go.
sewers to do it tonight.
We're
now?
going twice. So tonight's like a scouting one, and then in a couple days we're gonna maybe go again,
Go
or
back and look.
yeah, either go to the sewers or go to the prison, right? Is what it sounds like.
I can stand.
But we don't have Sidek's new information yet, but that's kind of where we left. So we're gonna scout tonight, is what it sounds like, and then we might go back to the sewers again later.
Right.
Lead the way
The
through.
realization finally hits Nicole as he looks over at Amelia.
She looks back at you and smiles.
There's like a frown upon Nicole's face. He looks up at you, Threk, and then over at Aurora.
Huh.
How are we gonna explain clothing to... Looks back at the creature. Amelia.
Clothing. Say again.
Have we seen Amelia, like, change clothes?
naked in front of the child.
When it was initially found, she was just sort of in a burlap sack outfit, basically,
Oh my
like a
God.
prisoner attire. And she went to where the bandits had stored a bunch of like stuff, and she grabbed out clothing they must have stolen. So she did get more dressed than she originally
She
was.
knows how to change.
Well, looks like this is your job.
And
Aurora.
of course, she had no sense of modesty in doing it, right? She didn't seem to have that perception yet.
So you guys.
No,
saw-
Aurora can get her changed.
Yeah.
I'll look back at the human, Aurora.
Like the human Aurora.
It has to be specified, you see.
I know, he said it. The human Aurora. Oh my God.
You know, the race does not define them.
I look at the drown, Nicole.
Oh dear, come on.
Oh, no.
You're so dark.
Don't settle down to
Jeremy in
this level.
shambles.
Alright.
You blended.
I know at least I'm not the inferior. Could you help her with the changing?
I can, because it looks like you aren't able to.
I can, I just don't want to.
Oh.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go to my
I
room.
I need to stop.
The tension.
I I just smile at Amelia and I just say, I do the hand gesture of like, come with me.
All right. She will forward flip onto the table with her hands and then flip off of it and land next to you.
Oh,
and then follow
I
you.
clap. I clap.
After a brief delay and I'm sure mild shenanigans, the two of them come out with Amelia looking far less fancy and colorful as her usual self, more like a common citizen of Kingshold. And the group now wearing their attire, except for Thrak, who's decided I'll just clean the shit off me with my spell magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Does Aurora have an extra set of clothes that she would change
I
to?
do have a set of couple of clothes.
Okay.
The party presses forward, reaching the keep. I'm sure at this point, Sadak would hop down from whatever ledge he's decided to sulk on like an angsty teen and
Yes.
rejoin with the party. And they would eventually spot Kenneth waving them down from a dark alleyway like some sort of weed dealer back in the...
Kenneth.
Oh my god, the
Yes.
poor guy.
In the
He would-
interim, Sidak would also have changed.
All right, fantastic. You are led to a manhole, which Kenneth pries open with a crowbar, and he steps back and he goes, "All right, you should be good to go. Frederick is near the center of town, between here and the prison and the dock point.
All right.
So that's where you'll find him if someone gets hurt bad enough."
You use this route often, Kenneth.
No.
You look like a natural.
He is wearing like a trench coat that has a collar popped up so high that you can't see his head from the sides. His arms are in his pockets together. The crowbar hidden under it. He is very clearly like a fucking like out of place guy doing something nefarious.
All right, you mysterious stranger. You get out of here. We'll take it from
He
here.
goes scampering off.
I slap him on the shoulder. I go, Kenneth, we're running low on eggs. Could you pick up a couple dozen?
Oh yeah, that's true.
What? Well, restock your own thing if you're going to eat.
Well, you're on the way back. It's just a stop at the
Kenneth,
market. Can't be
please.
more than a...
You pay me
Gold or
back.
two.
You'll pay me back.
Sure, yeah.
You
He'll pay
promise
you
to pay
back.
me back. Shake on it. Shake on it.
Oh.
Yeah, he's holding out his hand.
Kenneth, we don't have time for these shenanigans.
Kenneth, we don't have time for this. We gotta go inside the
Then
sewer.
fuck you and your eggs.
Jeff, go get the
I'm not
eggs.
doing this. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, don't
Go
let
get
them
the eggs.
bully you.
If not, I will not make you a souffle.
Don't let them bully you, Kenneth.
Kenneth takes a staunch step to the other direction and begins to walk away in his trench coat.
What a punk
Yeah.
panther.
That's growth. Look at him. He's no to you.
He's done well.
All right, I'll go down.
The party begins to hop down into the sewers. Amelia, it's an unpleasant smell, but you know,
Everyone else is going, so she follows.
with
Is it one single thing? There's no people like in pairs. Like it
What do
can't
you
be
mean?
walked like
Single
two at a
file is what you
side.
mean. Single
Yeah.
file.
it's comfortable single file, though you could squeeze past each other if necessary. That would just risk falling over.
I'll take front.
Okay.
If we run into anyone, let me do the talking.
All right.
Can I keep a lookout?
Yes, of course. In my intrepid party, go ahead and roll me an investigation, a group investigation.
Oh,
Not
no.
stealth first, investigation first.
Do you want to be quiet about it? I'm sure you do.
We do,
All right,
right?
first I'll need my individual stealths, and go ahead and put them all on the stealth bar.
What is this?
The stealth bar.
Oh, thank God, that was almost a net one.
Oh, it's okay.
We like bars here.
We don't look at that. We don't look at that. We don't look.
Alright, 19 on stealth. Where's Amelia?
Where's
The
this?
stealth bar.
Ooh, wow,
look at
Nicole
her.
did well for a cleric. You did with disadvantage, right, Mike?
Are you
I
wearing
don't
a heavy
have
armor?
heavy armor. I'm wearing studded leather.
Oh. Wait,
I'm
that's right,
wearing
because we
my
started.
old,
We gotta start with extra money, right? Is what happened in this game. All right. Okay.
No, when we switched over, yeah.
Right.
That's my investigation.
Oh, look at the one leading charge.
I'm not familiar with sewers. I just know.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Flash.
She's just like
Go ahead
knee
and roll
deep
me
in
an
the
investigation.
filth.
And then now investigation, group investigation.
I would say 1 success and 1 failure so far. We come on, team, you can do it.
Good investigation. I don't
Oh
know how
wait, that's
high-
18 total. 2 successes.
20.
Ooh, that's a failure.
Not sure how.
Not 20 plus. Oh my god.
Come on.
Let's
That's not
go!
his. It's not 20 plus 1.
Hold on, I have it's a.
You have a
3
+7 investigation.
No, he said
Nah,
plus
investigation.
1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why.
I think he did
That was wisdom
perception.
for a second.
It's a 7 total for me.
Wow, you have a high invest.
I have a +4 to investigation.
Oh my god.
I know.
Wow, proficient.
2 intelligence.
No, I'm a little smart. I'm not a good booger yet.
Wow, smart barb.
You're not. It's not Ooga Booga yet. You'll never be. You're not gonna get dumber.
just you wait, DM.
No. There was that time back in Garrett Accord where she got. What was the comment she made? I am dumb.
I have to.
I am
to look
stupid.
back.
All right.
right.
So as you spread out, there's
That's it.
multiple parts where it's just easier to spread out into groups of like a group of 2 and a group of 3, while still being within earshot of each other and searching around. It doesn't look like the sewers below the King's Hold or below the keep are being traveled too often. You see the occasional rat, but there's no signs of handprints on the walls or things motioned in certain ways. The closest you find is at one point, while heading down a random sort of way, a bit off to the side, you find what looks like a bedroll sort of placed out just above it, and there's like a broken sort of keg there. This is very much giving you the vibes like a homeless person maybe stole a keg and hid here and drank, but aren't here now.
Okay.
But the keep's sewer system seems to be without much travel.
Just to remind me here, so I know Jeremy was Oh wait, yeah, we decided not to have him come because he was with Zeke and Cersei. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have no NPCs with us. It's just PCs, right?
That's
Correct.
correct.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted.
That's right.
Got it.
Because all the ones who could see in the dark were with the group that made enemies with the people who travel down here that aren't the strangers you're looking for.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Me neither.
I haven't seen anything unnormal.
Perhaps we should try a different sewer.
Amelia's
we could
pinching
move-
her nose.
I would say we can move the area around the prison, but that probably will actually be guarded. So we could move to the docks. How long have we been down here, DM?
It's been a good 30-minute search about the area.
Okay.
Not too long. You know, the docks is where the group of people that they initially met with was. They went through an entrance at the docks, and these people told them about the Wood Elves traveling near the jail's sewer system, that they were using that area.
Right.
Should check out the prison's sewers then.
I think that's a
Well,
bad
so the
idea.
witnesses saw it at the docks, is what Box just told us, right? So that means.
But
No. Those
at the
people
jail.
are just stationed at the docks.
Oh.
But they've seen Wood Elves traveling the sewers near the jail.
Yeah, so we got to go towards the jail sewers. 100%.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, so
Oh,
the
okay.
prisoner.
You could go to the docks and meet up with them to try and learn more with party members, but that's up to you.
They're probably not gonna get too much out of that. Yeah, we should just head towards if we want to keep following this lead, which I think we should, because we got downtime between us and the the big event. I think we should go to the. I mean, cool.
Yeah.
Dog.
Dog.
Go!
We're marching in the sewer. Oh my god, we're supposed to do something.
The intrepid party pushes forward quietly, heading south through the city until they reach an area close to the jail. It is particularly worse smelling here, but you press through. And you do find
Could I
something
light
that,
some of my peppermint incense?
if you do that, you'll be short like 3 copper pieces in order to bring mouth back next time you do it.
Also, that would make an aroma that would maybe make our stealth harder to succeed with.
No, I'm fine. I'm not gonna do that.
But as the party gets here, can I get a set of new investigations for this area?
Stealth or
I'm not gonna
investigation?
use
You're
this
still
is
stealthy
like-
from before.
All right.
Yeah, just trying to avoid the blood.
Yeah, I
roll,
have to
can
roll my
understand
actual die.
that. Woo! Ooh, not 20 plus 7, 27. Ooh.
This is not looking good, team. Wait, we might have more successes than failures.
Dirty 20.
All right, so 20, 27, 17, 8, and 9, which is a success.
Okay, yeah, also I've said I could side diet, right, if you need it.
No.
There's
You
more
got
success
so many
than-
charges today. You have barely used it.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's a no,
Uh,
boss.
Yes. As you're searching through the sewers quietly, it is none other than Amelia who hears something through one of these thinner drain pipes on the side, a distant sound. She makes motions and noises and eventually garners the attention of the other party members. And as you listen in, you can hear a conversation between 2 distant people through it. Their voices sort of echoing through. One of them is somewhat familiar. It's a person who you've made a small amount of beef with.
Oh, the warden.
Warden Marcus. You can hear him in the distance speaking.
Time to kill.
Yes, that's right. Time to kill. But he seems to be answering a question. You missed the prompt to it. But he seems to go, Come the king's crowning, your verdict should be decided. So you shouldn't have to wait more than 3 days. 3 days, you say? Oh, Warden Marcus, I would lament to lose your company. Why is it that you seek my death so vehemently? I wish to resurrect a dragon, but you treat it as though I've done a personal offense to you. All I'm doing, from my perspective, is trying to bring back a friend. And the world would see me dead. Your friend killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people in his time. Not all of his time. I always wondered why you held us all so responsible for the madness inflicted on us by a dying god. If someone was controlled by something beyond their capabilities, you would forgive them when they came back to their senses, right? I've had enough philosophy. Even if I were to change my mind on the matter, your fate isn't in my hands. I just keep you here. Good night, Durelian. Warden Marcus. If ever something were to happen, I would mourn your loss. It warms my heart, Durelian. There's a silence after that, and as you're listening, you begin to notice all around you, as your eyes peer left and right, you're surrounded by rats. Like 50 plus of them. They're all over the higher ends. They're on stonework that they can grip on. They're all looking at you guys in this area.
Is it abnormal behavior from him?
Yes, they're staring at you guys as if waiting for something.
Fucking cranium rats.
I'm gonna.
They do not have little illuminated brains.
No. They're tweaked. They're cranium rats.
I'm gonna make my fingers into a shushing motion, and I'm gonna. Yeah. Nicole and Threk, you're gonna feel a familiar twinge in the back of your neck as you hear into your head. So that was the warden.
Yes. As I stated before, I think he's one of the people helping the wrong party. in which
Aurora,
my
just from
theories
your...
lie.
Sorry, go
Uh-huh.
on. Go on, please.
Yeah.
I thought you were...
Is one of the rats iced out?
No, I was just gonna say, Aurora, from your perspective, people are just
Mhm.
standing around you silently, and all these rats are looking at you.
I turn my head towards the back of the party.
I'm gonna quickly.
And then I take my arm ever so silently, and I grab, and I just like I hold my great axe.
Amelia like bends down to the closest rat to her and tries to like gesture for it to climb onto her palm.
It
Oh my god!
it leans its nose forward and then steps directly onto your palm, as if trained to do so.
And she kind of like picks it up and she's just petting it in her hand.
It is looking for something from your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as if for
Aurora.
pride. I mean, everyone else can clearly see it, right? Like, so she's not trying to hide it from you, but Amelia definitely seems kind of confused by that because she doesn't have the extra info that everyone else has.
I'm gonna take out. I see this, right?
You
Yes,
see
you do.
all of these rats, yes.
I take out a silver piece and I put it.
They
onto-
immediately swarm around you.
Oh, yep.
Not they don't climb up
smart.
you, but like they all begin to move around you,
Is this?
waiting.
Why would animals care about currency? This is so
Let's
weird.
follow. I say into my mind,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give it some coin. Let's try to follow it.
I agree. I'm gonna
I take
pull out a pad, a pen, and I'm gonna write down following the rat. Or not a pad and pen. I'm gonna just something. I have
put
a. Go ahead.
I put the silver piece in Amelia's hand, next to the rat on her hand.
The rat takes the silver piece, but then waits.
Oh, it's not enough. It needs to be more.
More.
Not enough.
And nose too. So, the fat rat wanted 2 gold. Is what he wanted. Maybe 1 gold might be sufficient.
I think it was 3.
No, you gave him an
Okay.
extra tip. It was 2
Oh.
gold what he asked for. You gave him 3 as a
I'm just
courtesy.
so good, man. Oh.
I don't have any money.
I
I don't have any
We,
money.
Alright,
we could incremental event and meets their need. We can see.
all right. I have enough gold, so I take out 2 gold, palm 2 gold, so I don't show it to the other rats, and then I will put it on. I'll place it onto Amelia's hand.
The one that the rat is in.
Yes.
It quickly takes them and pushes it into its mouth, and it stands up on its hind legs and looks
Sorry,
up at
sorry.
you. It's still
Hello?
waiting for something.
How long have we been down here in the
Oh,
sewers?
maybe we're supposed to give an
Probably an
command.
hour.
So maybe
An
there's
hour?
Yeah, you did 30 minutes at the other area, and then like 30 minutes searching around here before this.
So
And
the silver was enough, and now it's waiting for the
I
command.
will, in my brain, say to Woltharek and Sibak.
You can't speak to Threk. You can only speak to me.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can attempt to talk to these rats, but I don't know if we want to create noise.
Quietly, can't you?
How? So is it like a wall between us and where we were hearing it, or what?
It's
Is
a
it just
small pipe you guys were listening
Yeah.
through.
so we could
Yeah.
theoretically see into there?
There's a
Mm.
turn. You do not directly see into the prison, but a rat could fit into there.
They're taking us inside. I don't know, the gold to a dragon. I mean, the horde. I mean, there's some sort of it's a use for this money.
I think the rats may send messages,
They
and they accept coin.
it must be like the rats probably are working with a different organization that's employing them, you know, like rangers or druids, right? And that money goes back to them, and they're using enchantment magic to control the rats and having a bunch stationed here to ferry messages or other things too. Nicole talking to them actually could be incredibly advantageous. I don't know how much information we could get, but I'm sure we can confirm that the elves use this point, and we could ask them what kind of stuff goes through back and forth, right? That's the thing we could probably gain from it. I think it would be a good usage of your spell, Mike.
I turn around and I'm like, you can talk to rats.
I think it's
That was all in my head.
Yeah.
So it's waiting for a message.
I'll
Can you see through their eyes too?
You couldn't hear that he had that connection because that was a mental telepathic.
Yeah, like I said to you.
He wouldn't
like I
know
said to you.
that. Oh,
yeah, like I said to you, Sweet. They're just standing there silently.
Yeah, so what you saw is you saw like Amelia pick up a rat. You saw Thrak put some coin into it. You see the rats are responding to the coin.
Yeah, these are some real freaks to you right now.
Then I retcon and then I say, what are you doing, Thrak? Are you giving it a coin?
I think they're waiting for a message.
You talk to the rat.
These rats are trained.
Come on, Mike, do it.
So talking to the rats is what we're supposed to do.
I don't know.
It's ludicrous.
Did Mike AFK? Please tell me he didn't AFK.
I'm waiting for Tidek to answer my question.
I need you to say your question again.
I have the ability to speak to them. Should I do it here, or should we just move on?
I would speak to them.
Alright, I will cast Speak with Animals.
You are immediately hit with the 50 tiny voices all going, coin, message, coin for message, coin.
Yes, that's great. Mine.
In my brain?
And the one on her palm is doing like spins going, what is the message? What's the message? Message, coin for the message. What is the message?
I'm sorry. Hearing all of this, I mentally say the same thing over and over again. That's it.
Come on, coin.
Coin for the message, coin,
message, coin.
I can't hear that, right?
No,
No, you can't.
You're just hearing Nicole say duplicating it.
Coin for message, coin.
I look at what's your character's name again? D2W.
Sidek.
Sadak, and then I say, are we supposed to be paying the rats?
What is your message? You have paid. What is your message? No one on the palm is spinning.
The rats are being used as messengers to send things back and forth in the prison.
Amelia's petting that rat still.
They give it a coin.
It's like little like neck scratches.
There is more bizarre things out there, I assure you.
Well, then send it a message.
We have no message to send. We need to use this for reconnaissance. Which is what our friend here is trying to do. But he is unfortunately being so overwhelmed by the sound of the rats that he is telling me this in my brain. And so it's very hard to speak with you right now.
How does that work?
I forgot to tell you, but I can speak into people's minds, which is how I've been communicating with Thrak and our friend Nicole.
Coin?
During all this, you hear a familiar voice, Nicole. Move aside. As a large rat, a large rat pushes the one off of Amelia's arm. It's climbed up her and pushed that one off. It's taken the gold from it as well.
Okay. He was a pretty big hard ass.
And you've brought more with you, huh? I knew you'd be back. What for this time?
I think of this whenever I see the rat. I honestly think of that.
Do they quiet down after the king rat shows
They've
up?
quieted down a little bit.
Okay.
No.
God.
Voices in head.
Pick it together, Buttercup. What's the job?
I lean down, like on one knee, looking over,
Well, it's in Amelia's hands. So I mean, you don't have
No,
to do
this is the big boss. This is Mr. Bombastic.
Oh, yeah, he climbed up Amelia.
It's climbed up Amelia's hand. It beat up.
did?
It beat up the one that was in her palm to get the coin from it, and now it's demanding the job.
Oh,
What a motherfucker.
dude. Oh. How much coin do I need to pay?
We've already paid 2. We paid 2.
I need this guy on my team, man.
Give him an extra. We got the big boss.
I'll go in my brain again. The big one stopped all the other ones from squirming. He's the one that I talked before in the prison. Sadak. What questions should we ask of it?
Come on, hurry up! I ain't got all day.
We have enough coin to buy you for the day, though.
My day ain't free, and I don't mean you gotta pay for it. I mean I got places to be. Who am I delivering the message to, and what is the message?
The rat's only talking
Just
to Mike.
like-
Yes, only to Nicole.
Gotcha.
For now, just like we had before in the prison. Anything more else changed? You see, there's a lot more rats than I expected here.
They're all jumping for a bite, you see. Whichever rat brings back the most currency gets to live the life.
That's probably
The
him.
high life.
I mean, he's like, leagues ahead of them.
When you say high life, you mean in luxury or as in...
I mean the pinnacle. The big cheese.
Yeah.
Oh my
What
god!
do you mean by big cheese?
I mean we get to eat the big cheese.
DM, how much is it for a big wheel of cheese?
You
Oh
could
my
probably get
God.
you could probably get a wheel of cheese for like 2 silver. It's not expensive.
Can we just like buy
I
like
could,
pots
I,
of, like baby
I
bells?
could potentially hire this man if I can convince him.
Now, so what's the message, lad?
I didn't say this out loud. We have the ability to send a message or get him information. Anyone want to ask him something?
Oh, yes, we need to know what their plan is. What's the previous messages that have been sent? That's what we need to know.
Amelia, your studies.
That's what we need to ask. Ah!
You're the mute. Shush.
Alright. Thrake and Sadak are catatonic. Alright.
I'm mentally recovering from what you did to me.
Understand. Are you not sending it back to me? And I'll just...
Coin, message coin.
Fine.
Can we just give these rats like a cheese or something?
My first question is, how long have you been doing this? Traveling messages back and forth?
Since I was a baby, Papa raised me well, and I bring in the coin.
Do you know by time, days, years?
Fella, I don't even know what time it is right now.
Typical rat life.
Can you ask him where his owner is?
Do you know where your owner is?
I know where the boss is. Me and Papa still close. I'm a big earner.
He's a big earner. He knows where the boss is.
Well, the next.
You want me to
logical
send a
thing-
message to him?
The next logical thing, could you take us to him?
How much for you to, instead of send a message, lead us there?
Ah, hell no. You trying to get the boss's position? I can't do that. He
I
would
have enough
got
coin
me.
to give you your life's worth in cheese wheels.
Where would I keep it all?
You don't have to keep it. I can keep it for you.
How am I supposed to trust you with the cheese money?
Because do you like running through all these pipes in the dark? Don't
I
you want
love
to venture
it.
the world?
Shit, this is my world.
But there's other worlds out there.
Pappy gives me a good pet when I do well. He's my father. I wouldn't betray him. If you want to send a message to meet him, you give it to me.
Our options is he's not going to lead us, but he can send a message to the boss. Or his father.
Does he know the last rat that took a message from this guy in here?
Do you know the last message that was sent to your father?
Not to the father, to the Dragonborn.
No, from the Dragonborn. They take
From the
messages from
What was the last communication to the Dragonborn in the cell? It doesn't have to be the it doesn't have to be the Dragonborn, actually, right? We could be getting baited because there's 2 prisoners in this floor, right?
We know it's the Dragonborn. We just got told his name.
Well,
but there's
that
2 people in the-
meta-wise, I guess, but it could be the cultist.
Fella, I can't even fucking read. I don't know what's going in and out. I just deliver.
Oh, it's written.
He doesn't know what goes in or out, he just delivers.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Are the
Nicole?
messages still there?
you're the animal person.
Can they go in and get the? Are the previous recorded papers still in there? Maybe the Dragonborn's eating them. That. I mean, I don't know if there's evidence behind, and we could pay one of them to go steal it back, and we could read some if there's manuscripts left.
It would probably get stopped by the Dragonborn.
Well, it's probably not likely, but that's like the only thing I could think of if we're trying to decode it is to ask, do you know if any of those messages have survived in the Dragonborn cell? And if they have, what would it take for us to encourage you to get one of those back to us right now? That's the questions I would want to ask.
What's up, sweet?
Do they have like a? Can you ask it like if like anybody's like tied like a piece of paper on them, and told him to deliver like a message like through the paper? Like, you know what I mean?
That's probably how they send the messages.
Yeah, because he just
It's
said
like through paper, like so. This is just verbal,
That
or is it through paper? Right.
probably through paper.
Yeah, because so the rat just said, I can't read. And we can assume that they couldn't speak to the Dragonborn because the Dragonborn probably doesn't speak with animals, right?
He also can't cast spells.
Look, it might be a better thing to just ask how often the Dragonborn in the cells gets messages.
That's
Because
very
if
true.
if we know that the Dragonborn often gets messages,
It's him.
then it's probably likely that there's going to be some sketchy stuff going on with him.
That's gonna
and-
be seen what else?
We already
Well,
know
yeah,
that.
we know he has.
We know he has, based on the conversation yesterday or 2 days
Yeah.
ago, whatever it was.
When's the last time he saw the what else?
Come on now, where's my fucking message, man?
Is there like a rat in like this entire area besides the big boss that looks like as if like he hates the big boss? Like,
How would you be able to know that?
You are not able to
Can I
discern.
look?
You are not able to discern the 50+ rats' intention. They have backed away slightly though.
The
Is-
big rat is getting impatient.
He's the big rat that makes all of the rules. You see.
All right. Well, here's 2 questions then for you, Nicole, to ask the rat. 1, how often does the Dragonborn in the cells over there get messages? And 2, when's the last time he's seen wood elves about besides myself?
Well, the first question you ask is, how often does the Dragonborn in there send messages out?
Fella, I've never once even fucking delivered a message to that Dragonborn. I have. I can do it if that's what you need. I'll pay me the coin and I'll do it. Quiet you. I can do it though.
So you have no prior knowledge of you ever receiving or sending a message through the Dragonborn?
No one I've worked with has sent a message to the Dragonborn, but I've made over 30 journeys into that prison. I'm your guy.
Who the fuck is he talking to then? Is it the
Who,
cultist?
I take out
who have
a
you
piece of
been-
paper.
Who have you been sending messages from and to?
I don't
Within the
reveal
prison.
clients, fella.
I'll give you a single platinum if you tell me.
What's that worth?
10 gold.
Can we just like distort
It's
value
10
like the money?
pieces of the golden ones.
10 pieces. All right then, fella. As far as my 30 visits, I've only sent a message to the same person twice. I go in and out, fella. Small crimes, dealers, smugglers. They like to keep in touch once they're on the inside. Some of these folk, they're running whole organizations in there because it's just safer than being outside.
As he's saying this, I'm saying it again in my head. This is
What is happening? What is happening?
All right. The second question.
Have you seen any other wood elves besides the one behind me?
Seen plenty of wood elves, son.
Recently.
Recently.
Seen plenty, son. In and out of the jails.
Do messages
Scurrying around.
do
Now, where's
messages
this
come back?
platinum piece?
Do messages come back like when he when one of him's kin deliver one? Do they bring a message back out, or do they only go inward?
Is that a question that
Said
would come to
nobody.
Nicole's mind?
I said what had happened to Sid. I look back.
I've pushed that message along mentally.
What message?
You heard.
But where did that thought come from?
Where did that thought come from?
Come
From
on,
the
it's a
recesses
team.
of
It's
my
a team
mind.
experience.
Yeah.
Come on, please, let's not make it too difficult.
I didn't ask that question. If
Do
if it
messages
is
go?
just go in and out. Or
Fella,
is it
I'm gonna
just-
need to see this 10 gold piece coin.
I
Oh
reach
my
in and I pull out a
God.
platinum.
You should pull out a copper.
Oh
Hey,
my god!
his eyes narrow a bit as he stares at it. Looks like silver to me.
It does. In the light, it will, but in reality, it's a platinum piece.
It should be
It's
minted
different.
a little bit differently too, right? There's a little bit of indenting on it, different.
Yeah, it's differently shaped, but
Yeah. Okay.
the metal in this
I-
darkness just looks
I
like
look
silver.
around and I
Right,
go,
yeah.
does anyone... Oh, duh, hold on. I'll go and reach for the silver that was put
From
on...
Thrak.
From Thrak, yeah. And I take both of them, and the left one would have the plat, and the right one would have silver. And I'd show it to
Alright.
him. They're
No, they're
different.
clearly not the same. No. Most of the time, messages outward are a bit more difficult. Some of the prisoners on the upper floors, they get their writing needs, and then they can write back. But for the most part, it's words going in, unless they have creative methods.
Yeah.
Dragonborn can't do much because he probably doesn't have any hands.
We don't even know if it is the Dragonborn here. There's good evidence for it, but if we could maybe get a survey of like who's been getting the most communication as of the last few days, that
Who's in
could
the
really,
prison?
because we're gonna have to sit in this cell, right? We're gonna have to protect this place. They're going to attack this place, right? There's too much huzzbub, but we want to confirm we're protecting the right prisoner. It's not
I
guaranteed.
take a
that
piece of
it-
paper. I take out a piece of paper. I use my tiny quill and I write down on a piece of paper. What should I write? The plan is off.
I don't know about that.
I say that the plan is off.
I don't think we should. I think it's
But-
better for us to ambush them rather than, because that's going to cause confusion. Because if they're going
And
to,
I don't hand it to the rat. I show it to Sidak, right? And in my mind, I say, should we say something like this and have him deliver it to the Dragonborn inside and see what his reaction is by listening in? We can obviously hear him talking.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Well,
We-
maybe we
we-
should communicate with the Dragonborn. But what should we?
We currently have the advantage. We know something that they think we don't. And so we want to keep trying to leverage our advantage. And so I do agree that
But
maybe...
he doesn't know where we're coming from.
Right, but even still, it could cause them to do something rash.
Exactly,
And that's
different.
not what we want them to act according to their plan so that we can try and counter. We can't counter what we don't know. And so...
Box.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, like, while they're doing all this, are the other two people down in the sewer still talking?
Oh no, they're done.
They're done.
Yeah, that conversation through the pipe has been gone for a bit now.
Are they gone? Like, did
Well,
they...
We can't see them. We
well,
can only
one
hear them.
You assume one walked away, but if the guy is talking to a person in a cell, you assume the other's still on the other side. If you yelled, you could probably get to him, or maybe even if you spoke in a non-hushed tone. But you guys all rolled stealth, so. Anyways, what do you want to do with the rat? He's patiently waiting for a message. You've pulled out a paper.
I think if we did send a message,
So, I mean, have we asked him already? Does the message go, like, does the rat take the message to somebody that then delivers that message, or does the rat go directly to somebody?
He goes direct.
He goes directly to
How do they know?
It's a colony of individuals, right? So there's 50 rats here, and we know that some of them go to other locations. Our fat rat, who seems to be the kingpin, right? Probably the most luxurious one. That's why he's fat, but he doesn't do all the work, right? He has never actually delivered a message to the Dragonborn, but he's also the most profiting one. So he's probably like it's kind of contradictory information. We don't know if the Dragonborn is the high value target or not. It's just we don't.
Well,
know.
how do they know which person to deliver the message to?
Because the rangers or the rogues or whoever, the wood elves when they come in, or the other clients, because it's not just our one client. I bet you the rats are a third party run by some ranger or druid clique that makes profit off of it, and there's an underworld that pays this guy lots of money to use his rats to make a criminal organization to other prisoners inside, not just the high value people we care about. So
absolutely.
So these guys are not like, if we kill all the rats, it's not the rats are not directly associated or not directly employed by the people that we're trying to stop right now, right? It's a whole...
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, like, how does a message reach its location if the rats are unsure of who to take the message to?
They know. Either the rats are trained enough to know, like, where they, like, if they say, like, jail cell B6, they know where B6 is at, and they go there, right?
I was thinking of that too.
Probably, it's probably that they can give a good description of the individual, right? And while the rat might not be hyper intelligent, they're reasonably intelligent. It might not have good long-term memory, but good enough short-term memory to deliver it to its client. I think that gripe is super irrelevant to here. Regardless of what we want or not, this is a world of magic. That's being too stern on the circumstance. The rats are succeeding on delivering messages to their clients. We don't care about that. We need to figure out which client is the most important, because that's the one we want to be guarding on the night of the attempt of the breakout, right? That's the most important thing we need to figure out. Either that, or we use the rats as a means to stop the entire interaction completely by following them back, which we seem that we can't do, or we... I mean, like, we could fucking somehow, like, hijack their conversation in a way to, like, I think those are very improbable things. The most likely thing that we're going to do here is figure out which cell we want to target, and that's the one we're trying to protect. And if it's the wrong cell, well, there's going to be a commotion, and we're going to have to run to the other cell or the other floor block to try to help protect and stop the situation there, right?
So I have an idea.
Maybe we can hijack it.
So we could try and send a message to the boss and just follow the rat.
Yeah, but they're gonna know that,
Yeah,
right?
but pipes are gonna be.
I mean,
you're
yeah.
gonna jump into a
Or
pipe
do you
and-
have any sort of magic you can cast that lets you like see through animal?
Locate object for 10 minutes, right?
I
But
can summon a familiar
I reckon
rat.
I reckon that the way that these rats are, especially the fat rat, right? They're smart enough to know when we start asking about their boss, they're gonna go, I'm not going to allow that, right? They're gonna do everything in their power to do it. I don't think the DM wants us to approach it this way. I'm just going to flat out say the game designer. I don't think the DM wants to. When we started questioning that, he gave us a very safe warning saying, this is not the path I want you guys to be doing here.
What?
I don't think we'll succeed. I think we'll just waste resources on trying that.
Oh my god, but then You know, you're cutting off a whole avenue of possibility.
I don't see it. I don't see it likely to succeed.
Well, it may not be likely to succeed, but not everything is a guaranteed success.
As this is happening, I'll look over at the big one. Unfortunately, the last time we had spoken, it was so quick. I was unable to get your name.
What the fuck is a name, son?
What does the father call you? Just Rat? Do you not have a name?
My dear pumpkin.
Wrong name.
My sweet baby.
Oh.
Oh God.
The fuck
This man's a freak.
No, it's not a
Little
man. It's a
baby.
fucking. It's Hag speaking, dude.
Oh
No, why is it always hags with you, huh?
Because, dude, that's how hags do use animals like that. They're master spellcrafts. We know hags are also involved with Arendelle. These are wood elves that they're working with elves. I'm telling you that hags use terminology like pumpkin and baby and sugar. It's like, come on.
Call you Alexander. Is that okay with you?
Why the fuck would you call me that?
Because he's the great.
Because now I've given you a name. You'll sound different than the other
I
rats.
don't fucking want the name. Alexander. Don't sound good now, does it?
Alexander the Rat? Sounds pretty
The
nice.
great rat.
Leo? Would that work?
No.
That's Reliance.
Then what? If you want to give
Raticus.
yourself a name,
Skisadaris.
let's get started.
It's a good one.
Skisadaris.
Skitstadatus.
How do you spell that for my notes?
No. There's no spelling it. It's SHK, SHK, SHK.
Man, that's some squeak speak if I've ever heard it.
I love it.
Alright, we done here, or you got a message to send? I've been holding this thing in my throat the entire time.
Alright, look over. Are we done with everything here?
We should send a message to somebody in there. Paid for it.
Come on, is it going to this fucking Dragonborn? Pappy? Who? What? Where?
Yeah,
Why?
I write down on a piece of paper, fuck you, and I...
No.
Oh no, no,
Oh my
no,
God.
no.
I swear if you get my rat killed, I'm killing you.
I can't with you.
I know what you did.
I don't have any good message ideas personally.
I think that
I don't think
Sorry.
I think they
we have enough
complicate the
info.
situation and
I got
hurt
a
us more than
good
help us.
message.
I
I
don't think
didn't
I'm-
say in my head to Sid. Do we tell the Dragonborn about the potential escape tomorrow? Or the attempt?
He would already know, and that'd be confusing
Yes.
to him.
But then if we reassure, are you ready for tomorrow?
He's already probably been. If you've been in your cell and you're expecting to be broken out, and there's been a pipeline like this, he'd probably been in the communication with it pretty religiously. That would be a confusing, like, what the fuck? And maybe this next time they talk to him, maybe he can respond back by shouting, and he already knows that. And he might go, "Hey, what was that weird message? We didn't send a weird message like an hour ago. Oh shit, plans foiled." These are complications we should avoid to do.
Is talking to like the bigger rat than this, like the father rat, like necessary? Like, is it necessary for us to like listen into what he's like, what's coming out of his mouth,
No,
So far,
or is
we've
that
been
just like
told-
extra stuff that we want to know?
It's so well.
But we also been told that the Dragonborn hasn't sent any messages.
the fat rat
So-
hasn't talked to the Dragonborn
to the
specifically,
Dragonborn.
but the other
Yes.
small rats have. The organization
have,
is
yeah.
communicating to the
We need to ask
Dragonborn.
smaller rats what messages have been
The smaller
passed
bats
through.
said we can send a message. Let me do it. I'll do
No,
it.
one said it
No.
did.
It did, exactly. So can we just ask it like what message was
The-
sent?
okay, and the
to it?
rats have confirmed they don't read
They
the
don't read,
messages. So it's
yeah.
written script that's being transported on a rat to the target, and the target does not give a receipt back. So it's only one-way communication. However, some clients in there do have methods, so someone else in that criminal organization inside the prison use the rats for outbound message, but they're very difficult. The Dragonborn was never cited to do this. We should assume that he hasn't been. But then we also know that this pipe specifically, where there's 50 rats, is within earshot of communication of the Dragonborn. So if we do send a rat in to say, hey, let's start talking with you, he might be able to shout to us and we can hear him, and he probably have already established that that's already been possible. So the communication from the Dragonborn probably has been happening to the outside world through this pipe right here where there are 50 rats in front of.
Yeah, because it's not hard for somebody to walk up to this pipe and just talk to the guy.
Yes. And the reason why you send a rat to do it first is the rat's going to do it in a safe way where the Dragonborn goes, it's safe to start talking. We can't see
Can I try something, Box?
Of course.
Can I just go to a random rat, right?
Yep.
And I'm just gonna look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at the prettiest rat that I see.
Sure, it stands on its hind leg. Nicole, you can hear that's like coin message. I'll send a message for coin.
And then I open my palm and I put this rat on my hand.
Okay, it climbs up. It's waiting.
I don't have any money. All I have is one silver piece, but I'll give it to the rat. And I give my only silver piece, and then I have 0 money.
The rat takes it and shoves it in his cheek and is now waiting.
And then I pretend that like I talk to the rat, you know what I'm saying? Like how you talk to a dog. I pretend that I'm talking to you and understanding. And then I say to it, I'm not gonna give you a message. Can I see through you?
It's just blinking confused, and then you watch as it pushes on its stomach a bit, and it pukes up a small vial that you could put a tiny note in.
And I
onto your palm.
No. And I just say no. I'm like, can you just crawl around the prison?
The rat is beyond confused.
He can't understand you.
I sit there for 10 minutes and I ritually cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
While that's happening, Nicole, how do you want to handle the big rat? He's like, man, if you're done with this, I'm heading back to my pappy. You ain't got a message. I ain't got nothing for you.
I look over. He said he's leaving.
Where's he going?
Back home.
I'll look through the eyes on that one.
I don't have the ability to see through its eyes.
Didn't she just say that she did?
I'm gonna follow it. So yeah, I'm gonna do that now.
I look over at Skisidars. Alright.
Yeah, it's pronounced Skitsidarius.
Skisidars. There's an extra skit in there. Got it.
Skitsidarius.
Skisidars.
Squeaksters.
Another creature with Darius in the name.
Skitsidarius.
Darius?
Alright, he hops off your hand, Amelia, and he begins to walk away with all the coins.
Can I just,
Sadak, what was your stealth from before? Let's see where you are. Oh my god, a 23. Goodness gracious.
Can I just try something?
What do you want to try?
Can you tell him to give me one of the coins back?
He's leaving.
Hey!
He doesn't understand you. He's still walking. He's waddling.
I want to cast light on one of the coins.
He will not become in arm's reach of you. He's
damn
bouncing
it!
away.
I want him to eat one of the coins with light on it.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's going through a physical object, so it'd still be...
Oh, it wouldn't light up like a little Christmas light? I wanted to see that.
Object block. I mean, maybe part of like the thinner portions of the skin membrane might have a little bit of light through, but light does get blocked.
I want to see that. All right, no problem.
All right, he's waddling away, and Sadak, you are going after him very quietly.
And I speak in Nicole and Threk's head and say, I'm following the rat.
I hate rats.
Do you want us to follow by, or...?
That's your decision. I know my way back to the keep.
I'm just gonna wait here. I'm just gonna wait next to this little hole in the wall.
Is there just one hole in the wall, or is it?
Well, this is just a particular pipe that comes out into this area.
Amelia breaks
I'm
down
just gonna
some...
wait next to this pipe. If I see any rats coming through with like a letter on them or something or anything like that, I'm gonna try to catch it.
You notice as you're just sort of waiting, the rats are starting to disperse a bit more.
Amelia breaks up some of a ration and starts sprinkling ration in front of the huge pack of rats.
Oh.
They collect it, but they're still starting to leave. You guys are no longer being viewed as clientele to them.
Yeah, no, she's just still gonna feed any of the rats and admire them nibbling away on any food that they do nibble on.
I smile. That's nice.
All right.
A whole bunch of rats eating.
While Sadak is following this large rat who makes all the rules, your 10 minutes of casting go off. You've cast Speak with Animals.
Just talking to it. I'm like sitting there 10 minutes just confused and talking to it and seeing if it works. Until it's like I can hear it.
Once you finally cast it, he goes, huh? Message? Coin, message.
I can understand you.
Okay.
Oh.
I deliver message. Coin from message.
Oh my god. This is amazing. Okay. Can you do something for me? Can you okay, listen.
Coin?
Not I gave you a coin. See. I gave you my only silver piece.
Message?
Can you not send a message and can you go through the prison? Can you just walk around through the prison? And I can see. Can I see through your eyes? Maybe that'll work.
What?
You know, like I can sense you.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Like, can I?
No.
Can you just walk around? Can you just walk around the prison? And
yes.
Okay. Are you a willing beast?
What?
No.
How does this work? Can I?
What?
Look through your eyes? Can you just not take a message?
What?
No, don't take a message. And
okay.
What I want you to do, listen. I want you to just walk from one corner of the prison cell all the way to the next. And then that's it. Can you do that?
Okay.
Yes? Okay, that's it. One silver piece. You just walk. Very good, right?
All right.
Is this considered willing, Bugs?
Oh, you convinced him to do that job, but you haven't got the okay to cast a spell on him yet. He doesn't
sit there for 10 minutes because it's ritual casting. And I just pump you up. That's all you have to do. And I just sit there for 10 minutes trying to ritually cast beast sense.
Maybe you should explain to him that you want to cast a spell on him. And
Can I cast a spell on you?
Will it hurt?
No.
Okay. All right, now it's willing.
Fuck you, Lyris.
That's all you had to do. Just say, can I cast?
I sit there for
the rat's
10
not
minutes.
incredibly intelligent, so you can be like, can I cast a spell on you? And then you have like Lily's box said, is it bad? No. Okay.
Can I look through your eyes? What?
It's like, can I tear your eyes out? Of course, the rat's gonna go.
I sit there for 10 minutes and I just pump up the rat and then I kind of cast Beast Sense.
Okay. And then that's another 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's another, because I can only cast it ritually.
Sure.
So
while all that's loveliness is happening, Sadak, you follow the rat who every now and then he reaches a corner, he stops, he glances left to right like a really conniving bastard, looks left to right, looks behind him, and then keeps waddling.
Oh my god, it's one of those fucking Endwalker quests they made where they look randomly behind. I hated those quests. Fuck.
That's right. He's an Endwalker quest walking around. Okay.
Stealthy.
You notice
like a rat.
That's right, like a rat. You take a corner, and after about, so let's see, you left when she started casting that, so 10 minutes, and then before she finishes, you'll reach it. So 15 minutes away of rat stalking, You watch as he pushes through a clothen doorway. So it's like a cloth just hung up from the ceiling that makes a door. You can see light on the other side when it moves.
For rat size for a whole
No,
person?
a person. He just went through the bottom. And you see that the material is made to look like the stonework of the wall.
Where is this located in the city? Is it like in the city, out of the city?
Just under
In
somewhere.
the sewers.
Oh, it's in the sewers. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm
Just-
gonna go ahead and I'm going to along the near the wall of where I see the rat do this. I am going to take out one of my daggers, and I'm going to, using my thieves' cant, make a little symbol that I can easily recognize into the wall, like up above it, like trying to like keep it out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
So I can mark at the door. As then I will wait. If I don't hear anything, I'll move through the cloth.
You wait, and after a brief moment, you hear, "There's my big earner. What'd you bring Daddy today? A platinum piece. Monty, come look. You know what that means, don't you, friend? Today, you get the big cheese.
Ooh.
Come now. You hear the sound of cages opening and something, small doors being moved. That's yours today. My sweet little pumpkin, you've done great.
While I think he's distracted, I'm gonna try and peek my head in so I can see what's up.
All right. What you see is a small, an adequate sized wooden desk here. And lining the walls are several large cages with swarms of rats in them.
Mm-hmm. Multi-tiered, stacked on top of each other.
Yes,
It's just one room. It's not like compartmentalized where there's like drapes.
And there's slight compartments, but none of them like are fully like non-revealing or whatever.
And it all looks like sewer work, right? So like this looks like what kind of room was
Except
this
for
probably intention?
This looks like it was a big drainage thing, but there's like 2x4s that are aligning the ground that are keeping it up. It is awful. But behind the desk, the first figure you notice is a well-dressed dwarven male.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Dwarf. Oh, he
There
does
he is.
fisticuff. Bowler hat.
And then behind him, a well-dressed rat folk. And he is currently closing a gate to a large sort of pedestaled structure. And at the top of it is a massive wheel of cheese.
The big cheese.
The big cheese.
And so
a rat is currently in there. He looks like a boss. A big boss rat
the big boss rat with the big boss cheese.
who makes all of the rules, you see.
I don't see any other entrances or exits, right? I just see what I see.
I would need you to roll an investigation or no,
Sure.
a perception.
Sure, absolutely.
But they're not. This is just the organization. They're not going to know about what messages go in or messages come out. They just supply the rats to be carriers. So even if we interrogate, I don't think we're going to get anything out of them.
Adding another d6.
Okay, that's good.
Ooh. So
And
that is
then
a
19. You can see
yeah,
that
19.
at the north, south, and east, there's another one of those fake walls. They're just sort of behind the structures.
I see. Did I see, like, I don't know which direction I came from, east or west, but did I see, like, there was a way to, like, go south if, like, and so I could work out that this is like a center bit.
Yeah, you could go around the entirety of this from other means, probably.
Okay.
A platinum piece, Monty. We're striking it big now. I told you. These rats would be a fortune. Monty just nods his head. He's silent.
Yeah. Mute muscle man.
I'm gonna
His protection.
I'm gonna try and make my way circumferentially around this area, and I'm gonna mark each of the doorways so that I could recognize them in the future if I came back.
He's at the big cheese. He's enjoying his cheese. All right. You mark. You eventually go around. It takes a good while to find the connecting pipes, but you eventually mark each individual cheese. I mean, I'm sorry. I was looking at the big cheese over here. You mark each individual entrance to the area.
Did we get the 2 gold back that Thrak initially donated for the exchange of the plat then, or did we actually spend 12 gold on Monty?
You guys spent 12 gold.
On Skid. Okay, got it. Okay.
He took it and put it in his fucking big cheeks, and no one ever took it back.
No. I'm gonna then speak in my mind. Am I in range? Do I feel I can do this?
Yes, okay. You didn't go a mile away within the 15 minutes or whatever.
I'll say I've managed to find my way to the center area where all of the rats congregate with their master. I can lead us back here in the future if we wish. I'm gonna return.
You found the cheese?
You mother.
I found the big cheese.
How did you do that?
Skididarius is currently eating the big cheese.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. Somehow I knew that was what the name of the rat was. I felt it.
What a powerful name.
Okay. Is it a hag, or is it a powerful wizard, or is it a...
No, it's a rat man and a dwarf.
Oh. Well, we should probably approach them. This is key information. We're talking about a coronation. We need to know what messages have been happening here.
I'm gonna look around. Is there any manholes like in the nearby that I could like pop my head out to see where exactly I'm at?
No, there doesn't appear to be. This seems to be a very secluded area. And normally this would just be like a big drainage thing that goes downward. This probably would go all the way to the shore. But they've built a makeshift floor in this area with a bunch of gaps and holes in it.
Okay. Then I'm gonna... Did I see any manholes on my way over here following the rat?
There would be sparsely put ones.
Okay. I'm gonna go look for the nearest one on my route back to them because I'm heading back.
All right. Finding it and poking your head out, you're just in an alleyway between 2 buildings. It's no nondescript place. It's about a 10-minute walk away from the jail, though.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna climb out and I'm gonna scale the nearest building and I'm gonna look around to see if there's any landmarks that I could use to like get back to this quickly.
You would just have to remember the businesses it's between, really.
Okay.
It's near the jail on the north side of it, but aside from that, yeah, it's just like between this diner and this cobbler.
Okay. Then I'm gonna remember the diner and the cobbler, and I'm gonna let's see, how can I mark this? I'm going to put a. Oh man.
Go on, tell me what you...
I am going to take one of my arrows that I do have, and I'm going to go to the edge of like one of the businesses, and I'm gonna like up high where it's kind of out of sight. We're not out of sight, but you're not gonna see it unless you're looking for it. I'm gonna like kind of pin the arrow into the side of the wall and like bend it.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna head back down into the manhole and head back to the crew. And so that'll take me some time.
Right. And during that last 10 minutes, your spell cast, you are now seeing through the eyes of this creature.
And then I just
You see your own face as it looks at you.
It's an infinite loop.
So weird.
Well, she loses her normal perception, and she can action to switch back and forth. It's like using Find Familiar with a willing beast.
So I'm just there, just meditating on top of with this round in my hand.
What the hell's going on?
And now you
with these
shove the
people?
rat into the pipe so that it starts doing what you agreed to do.
Yep.
Yeah, because I believe speak with animals is concentration, so it can no longer understand.
No, it's
you
not
guys.
actually.
Is it not?
It is not.
Yeah, but it does have a 10-minute
past 5 minutes,
threshold, so
though.
she
I
does.
know it's 10 minutes.
Oh, so then it already ended because you
Yeah.
ritual
I
cast.
know.
All right, so you push the rat in, and it begins to walk up the pipe. It is a small travel with about 3 bends, but as it pushes in, you see sitting in the center of the room, chained up, rather in a tight manner. Its arms are pulled up. A green dragonborn. Its form rather emaciated.
There's
and look at him. He's not as emaciated as that. I mean, he's way more emaciated than this art. But that's him in his good times.
Okay.
He's chained up by his arms, which are up above his head, and he has his eyes closed, and he's just humming.
Does it?
You did Misty Mountain.
Does he look like his chains are loose?
No, they are taut.
He's just humming.
Yes, he's just humming.
I go to the next.
Well, you don't get to decide. The rat is just moving back and forth in this area.
Okay.
He's
Okay,
getting
that's fine. I
a
see him
sort of
humming.
glimpse of the room, and he looks back at the chained figure, and you can see its eye open, and it peers at the rat as if waiting for the rat to do something, but the rat just looks away and begins to waddle down the corridor.
Oh, thank God.
That's good information. Okay.
As it heads down, it sees another cell where inside against the wall is an emaciated man with long brown hair and a beard beginning to form. His hands seem to be in these sort of large bolted cuffs. You can see they come to just a stubbed end. He has no hands.
And they cut him off.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the cultist that was with the ascension.
He's only wearing the most minor of attire, the sort of underwear to him, but he is dragged up against the wall, and he opens his eyes and he looks towards the rat.
Another one.
And
Okay.
you watch for a brief moment as the rat suddenly begins to move towards him.
Okay. Do I hear it? Is he saying anything? Is he saying anything?
So you can hear through it too, right?
For the duration you can see through the beast's eyes and hear what it hears.
All right. Then you would hear this sudden sort of like series of whispers, just this distant whispers.
What kind of language is it?
What do you speak?
I speak. I'll tell you right now. I'm done.
He's able to cast even without hands. Huh.
I can speak Common, Draconic, Elven, and Undracommon.
Unfortunately, it's not a language you're aware of.
It's probably Abyssal or Infernal.
Okay.
But you watch as the rat sort of crawls up to him, moves to his leg, and crawls up his body.
Ooh.
You can see his ribs close up. He is underfed in here. And as the rat gets up onto his shoulder, he looks down at it, and then you just see his jaws open and slam around your vision.
Oh God!
I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
You got a rat killed.
I got a rat killed. I got my money.
First murder.
I got my money. I'm bamped out. Yeah.
Yes, your vision is suddenly pulled back to the group. But hey, you got a good look at those two.
Oh my God.
And that
And then
Damn, he could cast with no hands.
yeah,
I
but
tell the
some kind
I
of
tell the party what I saw.
Whispers of the Void or some shit, right?
I tell the party what I saw, and then I gesture with Amelia like charades.
Oh, you don't need to keep her educated. It's fine. She's got no idea what the fuck is going on.
I tell the party what I saw.
Huh.
So as the party has been made aware of the 2 level 6 prisoners, and Sadak is making his way back after informing the others via mental link of the Ratman and his accomplice, the party stands in the smelly sewer, at perhaps one step closer to figuring out the truth, or perhaps not. And that's where tonight's session comes to an end.
I don't trust the rat man.
You don't trust Finnegas?
No, man. He's got plans.
Finnegan Bauer?
I
Finnegan has
have
got some
no
major
money
plans.
now. I'm so
Finnegan
sad. I have no
BBEG.
Finnegan's the big bad evil?
money. Probably.
Look at him.
Out of the
freaking
3
conniver.
creatures you met in the last 15 minutes of that session, you think
No,
Finnegan's
this guy's the
closest
most
to being...
dangerous. This is the most.
He's just a marketer, dude. Like, he's like, oh, we're making money now. Like, all they're trying to do is make money. They're
No,
like,
this guy is the money maker. This
no,
guy
this
is just
guy
like,
is the muscle. His wife's fists are
We're
big
gonna
up. That's why he
train
chose
them
that
to
art.
pick
This
people's
guy's the
eyeballs out
planner.
at night.
This guy is just making money. This is a whole prop. They don't know about the messages or anything. They're just like, they're offering their service,
Oh,
and it's just now coming up to speed, and they're starting to make profit. All right, well, thanks for hosting, Box. Thanks for playing, everyone. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sick of these fucking claps. I'm sick of them.
There we go!
Okay, so
No, is there like a squeak for the mouse episode?
so all of us at
No, it's
Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night. Good night.
These sound effects are really something.